trip yet?
No, I'm going to South tonight.
Oh, really?
I'm going to South tonight.
Yeah. You're like, just a couple more hours and you're there.
Where's my Have a good one.
Knicks eliminating the Hawks in historic fashion. The Knicks are going to the Eastern Conference Finals for consecutive seasons for the first time since the 99-2000 campaign. They pull off the sweep of the Sixers. The Knicks were down by 22 when they pulled off the greatest postseason comeback in franchise history.
Party like it's 1999, another series, another sweep, and for the first time this century, the New York Knicks will play in the NBA Finals.
You never count out the New York Knicks. They've won a 12th consecutive playoff game and have stolen Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Wemby, far elbow, catch and shoot, missed it off the back rim, and the Knicks survive. New York takes 2 in Texas. All it takes is a 2 to make history in New York City. Launches a straight on 3, missed it short, tipped by Anunoby, he put it in, and Anunoby put it in!
I mean, right-handed God. Can't spell God without OG.
The New York Knicks just pulled off the biggest comeback win in NBA Finals history. Brunson foul line floater, he got it! It's happening, Knicks fans, it's happening! It's been 53 years! Next stop, the Canyon of Heroes, the New York Knicks are NBA champions!
We are New York. We are basketball. We're going to take it all. We are the New York Knicks. We are looking at images that many Knicks fans thought they would never see in their lifetime. A championship parade through the Canyon of Heroes in Lower Manhattan for the newly crowned world champion New York Knicks. Hello and welcome to a special edition of the Putback Knicks Championship Parade. I'm Eamon McEnany, happy to be joined by Ian Begley and John Jastrzemski. And who knew? The only way for me to make it to the Putback was for the Knicks to win it all.
Well played. You made it.
I made
Welcome
it.
to the show.
We'll also be joined by Nicky Lattarulo and Chelsea Sherrod, who are out there in all the craziness of Lower Manhattan. But, you know, fellas, our studio is a block away, literally, from where the parade is. So we've already felt the madness. Ian, you've been around this team all year. You've been around this franchise for a decade. You have a special relationship with the Knicks fan through social media. You probably got up close and personal with many of them on your commute in today. But what are your expectations for this parade?
Amy, let me just start here. I asked for CP the franchise, but he wasn't available, so. Look, but this is why you root, right? You root, you sit through 17-win seasons, you sit through 30-win seasons, you sit through Phil Jackson, Derek Fisher, Derrick Rose going AWOL. You sit through all that for this. And so this is just a moment for fans to really soak it in, to be close to the players. Maybe a lot of these fans didn't get a chance to go to a game in the Garden, so this is their chance to see the players live. And, you know, everybody's going to be ecstatic. It's going to be a fun day.
We've been very blessed to see a whole lot of championship parades in this town. This is going to be the biggest party, the biggest spectacle that this city has ever seen, to the point you just illustrated. This is a long, suffering fan base. For a whole lot within the Knicks community, they wondered if this day would ever come, and this was a special team at a special time. It is a postseason run for the ages, so that is why you see New York City flocked like crazy. It's why if you got to the parade after 7 o'clock in the morning, you're watching us and you're not down to Canyon of Heroes, because it was just too insane because of the magnitude of what the Knicks brought to this city. They unified the city. Everybody wearing Knicks jerseys, Knicks hats, high-fiving on the street. It made New York City feel like a small town. Feel like a college town over these last couple of weeks, and it's a run we are never going to forget.
It did not feel like a small town or a college town trying to get downtown to Lower Manhattan today. But, you know, you mentioned the jerseys. You know, on my commute in, I saw a father-son, the father with the Bernard King jersey, the son with the Jalen Brunson jersey. You know, obviously tons of Charles Oakley jerseys. I even saw an Obi Toppin jersey. I think you might want to get a new one for that to break it out to the parade. But interestingly enough, this is the first ever parade through the Canyon of Heroes for the New York Knicks. No parade in 1970 or 1973, so literally the first time New York Knicks fans are getting to enjoy a moment like this. And you know, JJ, we've been talking about this throughout this playoff run, a 53-year title drought. I'm 56, so that's kind of the age where as old as you can be without experiencing 70 or 73, so you live through Toby Knight, Ray Williams and Sugar Ray Richardson, and of course the Bernard King years, and coming so close in the 90s. What makes this franchise unique in this town that has been this impetus to get almost 4 million people down here to Lower Manhattan?
Well, I think because it's a uniting force where you look at the dynamics for the other teams in town. The Yankees go and win a parade, the Met fan is not going to take part in that. If the Giants go and win a parade, the Jet fan is not going to take part in that. No disrespect to the Brooklyn Net fans, it's a newish franchise. It doesn't have the history of Willis Reed, of Walt Clyde Frazier, of Bernard King, of those 90s teams that I grew up loving with Ewing and Oakley and Starks and Anthony Mason. So there is a camaraderie that the Knicks bring as far as bringing the city together. So, hey, the Mets go and win a World Series. Yankee fans aren't going to a parade. New York City, everybody had Knick fever. You know it. You covered a team. You're around it all the time, Bags. That is why you're seeing this outpouring of love and this just insanity that really has been taking shape throughout the city. I would say going into the Cleveland series, you really started to feel it.
Right.
And then for the NBA Finals, I mean, if you weren't watching these games, were you really a New Yorker? Come on now.
Exactly. And it's like a generational thing, Amy. You mentioned the Bernard King, Jalen Brunson, father-son jersey that you saw. This gets passed down, right? And that's why, you know, Brooklyn, they obviously have their fans, but they don't have that generational roots that the Knicks have. And I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing everybody just kind of coalesce around this group. And it turned into, these games turned into events in the city, whether it was watch parties, go to a sports bar, watch with your friends. This was something that people could kind of gather around and gather together around. And it's great because, you know, just going on the subway today, just it looked like a melting pot of Knicks fans. Everybody had a Knicks jersey on. Everybody was ready for the parade, and it was just different, you know, demographics, different nationalities. Everybody's united around this Knicks team.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I still can't get over the images of the watch party in the West Village where someone had a projector up on a building and there are all thousands of people watching it. As we mentioned, millions of fans here in Lower Manhattan, 10,000 police officers on hand. That's the most ever for an event in New York City. And our Nikki Lattarulo is outside. Let's check in with her on the parade route.
Have you seen New York this united in your whole life?
I've been waiting 53 years, never. And I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I love it.
We all family today.
Jalen Brunson, you did this.
Yes.
Jalen
Brunson.
Yes. Is there any better place to be than New York City when the Knicks are winning the championship?
No, this is it. This is the place to be. This is where basketball is born. This is where basketball is breathed.
Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks.
All right, let's get some of the people over here. Let's get some of the people over here. How did you guys secure such a great spot?
We got here early. We've been up since 3 a.m., walked over the Brooklyn Bridge, and we made it here.
Walked over the Brooklyn Bridge to here.
Brooklyn Bridge to make it here on time.
Where are you from?
Brooklyn, New York.
How long have you been a Knicks fan? How long have you been waiting for this moment?
I'm 40 years old in my whole life. It took me 40 years. It took them 53, it took me 40.
The Knicks winning the championship, where does that rank in best days of your life?
This is the best moment of my life. Right now. Right now. Best day, best moment.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Who are you guys most looking forward to seeing on the float?
Everybody. Everybody. James Dolan, everybody. Stephen A. Smith. No, Stephen A. My language. No Stephen A. Smith, but the whole team. All 15 players.
But the king, come on, JB, Jalen Brunson, Captain Clutch.
Let me ask you, when the Knicks put their team together this year, when they won the NBA Cup, did you think that it was possible they were going to win the championship?
I did. I think I'm the only person that believed in them from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. I beat up a lot of people for the Knicks, okay? Okay.
I took a beat for years.
Thank you guys. Enjoy it. Have fun.
Is that in '99 the Spurs beat the Knicks in 5 games, but this year in 2026 we came back and we beat the Knicks in 5 games. Okay, Knicks in 5, Knicks in 5, Knicks in 5.
Was there ever a doubt?
No, was there ever a doubt? Absolutely not. This was our year, 2026. Yes.
And this one is for Patrick Ewing, for Spike Lee, and for everybody who wrote the Knicks.
Latrell Sprewell, Allen Houston, yes, Marcus Camby, the 99 Knicks. It's for you guys too.
How long have you been waiting for this moment?
Since 1999. Yes, not for the 53 years or whatever. No. We've been waiting since 1999 because that was the last time that we went to the championships. Absolutely. Yes.
How long have you been waiting in this spot? You got a pretty good one.
Yeah, for the last couple of hours, the time has been creeping ever so slowly.
It'll
but
be worth it.
Oh, it will absolutely be worth it. And that's what it means to be a New Yorker and to be a Knicks fan.
Yeah. Exciting. Enjoy it. Yes. You got a good spot. Soak it in.
They certainly did get a good spot. I want to know what time they got there to get that front row seat. But, you know, Ian, we hear now, never in doubt. I was the only one who believed. There were some bumpy roads definitely in the regular season and down 2-1 to the Hawks. When did you get a sense, as someone who's been around the team for every practice and every game, that a championship was possible?
That Philly series, when they just dominated Philadelphia coming out of the Atlanta series, I mean, you mentioned it, down 2-1. I hadn't seen a lot of evidence in the regular season that this group could hit these levels on both sides of the floor. So I was one of those doubters. I certainly didn't believe like that fan from day one. And you started to see it, obviously, end of the Atlanta series, when they started to put the ball in Karl Anthony Towns' hands as a distributor. That didn't work every game from there on out, but it just gave them a different look on offense, and then the defense just coalesced. And once they started to dominate the Sixers like that, you started to think to yourself, hey, there's a pathway here. Maybe if things break right, they have a shot. But really, for me, not before then.
Interesting. I'd give you 3 moments. The first, Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals against the Cleveland Cavaliers, because the Knicks are down 20-something points. They had the rust factor after the Philly series. They come back and win that game in dramatic fashion. You have a win like that, you're like, maybe something special is happening. Number 2, when San Antonio knocked off the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, because the Knicks had such success with the San Antonio Spurs in the regular season. They beat them in the NBA Cup. I know OKC was banged up, but I liked the matchup a lot more. And then the third one, guys, when Wemby in Game 2 threw the ball out of bounds, because these sort of breaks, these sort of things do not happen to the New York Knicks franchise. So you add up all of those pieces of the puzzle. I was already there, Beggs, when Game 4 of the OG Anunoby tip-in happened. The Knicks were winning this NBA championship, but that was like my culmination, my puzzle. It was like Game 1 Cavs, Game 7 of the West Final, and then when Wemby throws that ball out of bounds and you get the foul, and the Knicks are going to win this game despite yucking up a 14-point lead, that's when you know little destiny, Lady Luck's on your side.
You know, the poetic side, I don't usually get into that as a reporter, but JJ, you mentioned Wemby throws that ball away, right? And Jalen Brunson obviously picks it up. That happened right in front of the seat that the fan was sitting in earlier in San Antonio when he was mouthing off to Brunson. Remember, Brunson goes over, talks to him, NBA looks into it. It was that same spot. So I'm not a guy who like puts those things together, but at that point I was like, Maybe something's happening here.
Maybe the nun should have had that seat. There we see Mike Brown signing autographs, high-fiving fans. And Ian, I want to go back to a game you mentioned, that Game 4, when they started to run the offense through Karl Anthony Towns. He responded with one of JJ's top 5 moments of the playoffs, a triple-double, 20, 10, and 10. You had an interesting column on SNY.TV after the championship about Mike Brown's message to this team going into the playoffs. What was it, and how did it resonate with this group?
Yeah, so he actually met individually with each member of the starting 5, and it was a kind of like an airing of grievances session where open forum to talk about what's bothering you, what you like, what you don't like. And then, I don't know if the starters were aware of this, but he brought all 5 of them together, and he said, hey, you said you don't like this, let's talk about it. You said this bothers you, let's talk about it. And so it all got put on the table. And Rick Brunson told me he felt like that was a pivotal piece to what you saw in the postseason, because it's so easy for guys to complain, passive-aggressive comments to the media, vague posts on social media, but to do it face-to-face and to see each other eye-to-eye, and that's something that James Dolan mentioned in his pre-playoff speech, too. I think that mattered, and that impacted what you saw on the court.
Well, it speaks to the camaraderie that this group had, and there was obviously a lot of experience, not necessarily with Mike Brown, but going through the wars of the postseason over the last couple of years and having those pitfalls over the last couple of years. I believe it made this team tougher. And look, we can now look at this playoff run. The most important game the Knicks won in this playoff run was Game 4 down in Atlanta. They were underdogs in Vegas to the Atlanta Hawks after losing Game 2, yucking up a big lead. C.J. McCollum hits the shot in Game 3. Knicks fans were in a panic. They can try to tell you any other way. It's nonsense. Don't believe them. Knicks fans were very much on edge that Saturday night in Atlanta. And to your point, running the offense in that game through Karl Anthony Towns, I'd make the argument it was the best game of his NBA career. And he's had some monster games where he's put up 40 points, 20 rebounds, and he's hit 7-8 threes. He was so in control. The Knicks fed off of that. There was no turning back in that Atlanta series. And then from that point forward, it felt like you saw the cohesion, the unity, the ball movement, guys beating you on a different night. It might be Cat on one night. It might be OG on another night. It might be Mikal Bridges who came to life. And having all 5 of those starters as connected as they were was a game changer for this group.
Hey, you go back to before that Game 4. We're talking Mike Brown job security. They never should have fired Tibbs. But, I hear Ian talk about the airing of the grievances. Multiple Seinfeld connections to this championship run. The Spurs can take the lead. They just can't hold the lead. And now we got an airing of the grievances. Knicks Festivus leading to a championship. So obviously millions of fans out along the Canyon of Heroes. Our Chelsea Sherrod is with them. Let's check in with Chelsea.
How does it feel? Does it feel surreal that this is even happening?
Oh, my God. My heart's beating on my chest, man. We've been through it all, man. We've been through the Earl Barons, the Chase on Randalls. Man, I love y'all. Once a Nick, always for Nick, man. But this moment is the best moment of my life, baby. Come on. Everybody's seeing this all love, baby. Oh, my God. Yo, one thing I want to say, though, y'all got to make it along the 5 blocks, man. We couldn't even get into one joint. Next year we'll repeat. I wanted 10, 15 blocks down the city. Come on.
What was your reaction when the buzzer sounded, they won the championship?
Tears, man. Tears. Tears. Straight tears. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Especially once Mitch secured the offensive board, I was like, man, like, this is it. And OG nailed that last free throw. I was like, this is going to happen. I was shaking. It was like, oh, man, it's a moment I'm never going to forget for the rest of my life. I swear to God. Yo, I call my mom and my pops immediately. They're like crying on the phone with me. I'm like, it brings everybody together, and oh, man, I wouldn't trade this. I'm shaking just talking to y'all right now. Surreal, just thinking about it.
So you think they run it back?
Man, we run it back, baby. We run it back. That second apron, we running it back, baby. Come on. Let's go. Yo, pay my boy Shamit, pay my boy Mitch, pay them all, baby. Come on. Let's go.
All right, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
Extra caffeine needed for the audio department today for those interviews in the field. Get ready for the beep button. But, you know, we heard our fan out there rip off all the random Knicks fans, all the random Knicks players, excuse me, that were part of a few of those 17 and 65 teams that Ian Begley had to cover. And, you know, guys, we're going to get into the impact of Leon Rose, how he and Tom Thibodeau changed the culture. But nothing gets changed, Ian, until they sign Jalen Brunson. I mean, this was a franchise headed nowhere. He took a chance on them. They took a chance on him. How did his arrival, obviously it feels silly just asking this question now, but how did his arrival change the fortune of this franchise?
I mean, look, you go back to that summer, right? This was an all-in move for Leon Rose. The Knicks were coming off of a bad season. He had to trade Evan Fournier, and he had to trade Nerlens Noel and Alec Burks just to get the cap space to be able to sign Brunson. So he put all his chips in when everything was shaky. And to answer the question, Eamon, I think it's just how he approaches things every day. He always talks about, like, do the small things every day, and it adds up to something big eventually. And I think that rubs off on the guys below him. When the face of your franchise, when your star is taking that kind of approach, you hear it sometimes. The team takes on the attitude of the star. And I think that's what you started to see, not right away, but pretty early on that first year. You knew he was going to be something special, and I think you felt that in the locker room.
So when the Knicks signed Jalen Brunson, I liked the move because I loved him in college at Villanova, and he paid his dues with the Dallas Mavericks and had a breakout postseason. But my expectation was, hey, the Knicks are getting a solid starting point guard. Never in my wildest dreams did I think he'd be a multiple all-star, an all-NBA player, and then the number one player on a championship team going and scoring 45 points in a closeout game in the NBA Finals, basically doing his best Michael Jordan impression. And for you specifically, you're covering the guy. There are expectations with Brunson to a degree. But when was the moment for you? Do you have one specifically where you said, wow, this guy, forget about, like, good. He's a great player. Like, was there, like, a game? I'm curious because, like, you're around the team every day. Was there a moment for you where it all of a sudden clicked, like, oh, my God, the Knicks have a special player in Brunson?
There was a night where he got announced as an all-star for the first time, and they came back against Indiana, and it was a tough game, kind of a knockdown, drag-out game, and he led them back. And I remember it was Alan Hahn post-game talking to Brunson about, what does this moment mean to you? And Brunson got a little choked up, and that's not like that doesn't happen. It happened though because I think he could feel something there. It was the Garden crowd screaming his name, and just the way he came back in that game in that moment. Forget about the emotions afterward. It told me something about him and how he could perform not only in the NBA but under the bright lights here in New York. Didn't seem to faze him, and so I remember that game in particular where I said, there's something special with him, maybe a Jeter-esque kind of quality.
And that's now who he's being compared to, the Jeters, the Messiers, the Ruths, the Elis. And, you mentioned his routine and his dedication. I heard a great story from Jay Wright on the Mike Francesa podcast. Jalen dabbles in golf. Josh Hart loves golf. Jay Wright was able to use some connections to get him a tee time at Pine Valley. He called Jalen Brunson and said, all right, you're good for 7:30 tomorrow. He's like, I can't play at 7:30. That's my shooting time. I got to get my routine in. So that was more important than a golf time at an elite golf course. But if JJ had a tee time, he would not be here today with us.
I'd be here for this show. No. Golf after show.
He'd have his clubs in the green room. Right. Millions and millions of New Yorkers in lower Manhattan, including our Nikki Latarula. Let's go down to Broadway and check in with her once again.
How long have you been standing at this barricade?
We've been here, I've been here since 4 a.m. out there, but we've been in here for about an hour. Yeah.
How long have you been waiting for this moment for the Knicks to win the championship?
My whole life. He's 53 years. How old were you when they last won a chip? 6 months. 6 months old.
Is this a father and son duo? And so the whole family's here. How exciting is it that you get to bring your kids here and experience this?
Amazing. It's crazy. Once in a lifetime.
Did you guys have school, or the school's already out?
Graduated.
What about you?
Graduated.
Okay, so you guys aren't skipping school for this, but you would.
We flew from California.
How did you become a Knicks fan?
Well, my dad's always been a Knicks fan.
was born in New York.
I was born in New York.
New York. Okay, so born and bred. And then for you, how you've been a Knicks fan your whole life? Lived in New York, so you raised your kids Knicks fans. How hard was it to raise your kids Knicks fans when they weren't winning?
I was living in Golden State. They were winning titles. They had Steph Curry. It was tough. But it was all worth it. 53 years later, it was amazing. Brunson, the OG, best guys ever, best team. So excited to watch them. So proud of the team. So proud to be a New Yorker.
How exciting has this past few weeks been for you?
We had to fly out here. We had to fly out. We had to jump on a plane. Had to bring the family. Would have played hooky.
Was there ever a doubt that the Knicks were going to get it done this year?
No. No, I knew we had it the whole time. Down 29, I knew we had it.
Is there anything better than New York during a championship?
Best time here.
We jumped for 99.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, nice to meet you.
That's right.
SNY all day, die hard.
What has this day been like? How excited are you to be here and see the championship in real life?
I'm excited. We got here at 2 a.m. It's squished up. They're not letting us move. But we're going to have a good time. We're going to make the best of it. You know, Sports Night New York. You know, Knicks in 5. Shout out my daughter Charlene, my wife Shayla. Yeah, you know, we here. We outside. We love New York. We love the Knicks. But we want to see the parade we can't see.
You've got a better spot than a lot of people.
I can't complain. My brother got turned away at the gate. So he got to go chill with mommy. I'm here, though. I'm here.
Is there anywhere better than New York during a championship run?
No, but I got to say this to the people who don't know who Earl Barron is, Kevin Knox, you know, Allen Houston. You're not here. If you don't know who those people are, Lance Thomas, you shouldn't be here. Because you taking up my space, you know, but it's Knicks all day. There's the Busher. Let them know. Patch. If you don't know what number Rick Brunson wore, you shouldn't be here. That's it.
Well, enjoy the excitement. Have fun. Hopefully you can see and hear what's going on down there.
Listen, we hope so. We squish, we praying. Like I said, let's go Mets, let's go Knicks, let's go Giants. You know what I'm saying? We outside.
It's New York's here, maybe.
It's New York or nowhere.
Nikki multitasking, being a reporter and a truant officer. Come on, why are you asking about school? Obviously, they got out. But, you know, Ian, when you were discussing how they were able to sign Jalen Brunson, you brought up the moves they had to make just to have the money to sign him. There are so many moves behind the moves that the architect, Leon Rose, had to put together. When you take a look at all these acquisitions, how amazing, how do you put into perspective the job he did to build this franchise into a championship franchise after what he inherited?
I mean, look, you can look at each of these moves on the list, but you also look at the moves that were not made. Like, I'll go to Donovan Mitchell, who the Knicks took out in the playoffs. It would have been so easy for Leon Rose to make that trade, to throw picks on the table, to throw quickly Barrett and whoever else to go and get Donovan Mitchell. Everybody would have thought it's a great move, and maybe the Knicks win a few playoff series and everybody's happy. But he held on to his bullets there, and he moves on and he goes and gets OG Anunoby. And then he goes and gets a Mikal Bridges. It would have been easier for him to hold on to those picks and to wait for Giannis, because the Knicks knew at some point Giannis was going to be available and Giannis was going to want to come here. So the easier move would have been to do that. Nobody would have questioned you if you trade for Giannis or if you trade for Donovan Mitchell. But he held the powder. And you also look at the trades, the more minor trades. I think about the Derrick Rose trade, which really, you know, we're not talking about championship because of Derrick Rose, but that set the foundation to me to get this thing going in the right direction. So really, you really can't knock any of those trades that we saw on the screen.
Look, the puzzle pieces fit perfectly. And to the point on Donovan Mitchell, we spent a whole lot of time that summer saying, hey, you can get Donovan Mitchell. Father works for the New York Mets, all NBA player. You got to do whatever it takes to get him. But then you peel back the layers and you say, what is a backcourt defensively of Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell going to look like? These are two guards that, without question, need the basketball in their hands. And instead, Leon Rose focused on, hey, how do I go and build a team around Jalen Brunson? And a whole lot of people would have thought Leon Rose was certifiably insane to go and build a team around Jalen Brunson being the #1 star. But it has worked beautifully. The Josh Hart trade, bringing him in, all of the grit, all of the intangibles, just the toughness that he brought instantly to this team and becoming a fan favorite. amazing trade. Then you look at a trade that stunned me. I was car shopping on a Saturday morning in December, and I'm scrolling through my phone.
yeah.
You know it well
I
because
was
you're
at
like,
a birthday party.
you don't
Son's
expect
birthday.
Nick news at 10 o'clock in the morning in late December. This is not trade deadline time where Ian's working his scoops and he's working the phones. I'm like, holy smokes. The Knicks just traded away the number 3 pick in the draft and a fan favorite in Emmanuel quickly. And guess what? I really like the trade because of what a dynamic two-way player OG Anunoby is and the way he fits alongside Jalen Brunson compared to Emmanuel Quickly, who you weren't going to be able to re-sign, or RJ Barrett, who was much more of a ball-dominant player. So it's like every move that was made, there was this precise calculation of how it would like fit into a puzzle piece. Hey, train away Dante DiVincenzo when he's buddies with all the Villanova guys and had an outstanding first season with the Knicks. That's not an easy move to make. I didn't like this one. Firing Tom Thibodeau, guy who is the most successful Knicks coach that they had since Jeff Van Gundy. He's taken them multiple years into the postseason. Leon Rose had the stones to go and say, hey, I'm going to make a coaching change because I need to get this team to the next level. How is anybody going to question Leon Rose ever again? After ending a 53-year title drought, enjoy it.
Yeah, 2 quick things. That Anunoby trade, you brought me back. I was with my son, Miles. It was like a 5-year-old's birthday party.
Nice.
I'm trying to be like locked in the moment, you know, present. Somebody shows me Woj's tweet, and I was like, very funny. And then he's like, no, it's real. And then I said some 4-letter words, and I gave my son to another dad at the party, and I sprinted out of there. That was
Did you do a Zoom hit
not
from
my
the 5-year-old party? That's what I'm dying to know. Did we get him on the Putback Live?
So we get to combine both these stories. You say, 4-letter words. One of the acquisitions we haven't talked about is bleep those picks and Mikal Bridges, right?
That's where I was going to go, too. Because it looks like it fit perfectly now. But, Eamon, like Karl Towns, everybody was up and down on him for the last 2 years. Mikal Bridges even more so. So the way it came together at the perfect time in this postseason, to me, is remarkable. And I don't think you get here without the sacrifice from Karl Towns because, every time he took 3, 8, 9 shots in a game, we would beeline to his locker room, ask him about shot attempts, and he would say the right thing, but you could tell that he wasn't thrilled about it. But he put that in the rearview mirror because he was putting up the same amount of shots sometimes in the postseason, but he was happy because he was involved in the offense, but he sacrificed those shots. Bridges, what can you say? Playoff riser, and nobody's talking about those picks right now.
And nobody's talking about the game where he didn't score in the fourth quarter. But, you talk about none of these moves being universally loved. I mean, there's still people at the time saying, what do you mean we gave up Cam Reddish? We should play him more. So the moves are never always loved here in New York. But Chelsea Sherrod right now is feeling plenty of love. Let's check in with her out in Lower Manhattan.
How excited are you guys for the parade?
I've been waiting for this day my entire life. I can't describe the words. I saw the floats down over there. Players weren't even on it. I shed a tear. It's the best feeling in the world. Go New York. Let's go Knicks!
All right, who are you guys' favorite players? Who are you guys excited to see on the float?
I definitely love Brunson. I hope Patrick Ewing's there. Love Patrick Ewing. Who's in the car? Yeah. Oh, dude, love that. But I'm really excited to see, Jose Alvarado. I feel like he was, the heart. He was the spark. GTA, baby. GTA. Yeah, I'm just excited. Straight up.
Are you guys all New Yorkers?
Yes,
this whole group?
Yes, man. Born and raised in New York, moved to Jersey.
New York.
Yeah. Who's the biggest Knicks fan out of all you guys?
Me, for sure. I have a Stay Mellow tattoo on me. I'm the biggest Knicks fan.
Show him the tat.
Stay Mellow. I love that. Okay, the Bronx. All right, nice. What's one song you guys need to hear during the parade? One song.
For Jalen Brunson.
Empire State of Mind.
I would say Can't Hold Us by Macklemore. Yeah, okay. For sure.
All right, last one for you. Whoever has the best answer here. What was your reaction to, 1, the OG tip-in, and 2, the championship game when they won, Game 5?
I literally just
Anything is possible! Knicks tape!
I straight up cried, tears down the whole time.
Greatest play in Knicks history. That tip-in. That pulled it out for us, and we put almost a sweep. Mine was a little bit more like,
Great scene in Lower Manhattan as millions of New York Knicks fans have descended upon the Canyon of Heroes to try to get a glimpse at Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, and the new world champion New York Knicks. And we saw earlier Patrick Ewing get off the bus along with Steve Novak and other Knicks alumni. I can't believe I just went from Ewing to Novak, but that's
quite the contrast.
They were right next to each other. I'm sorry.
I love Novak.
But, you know, look, that's part of this run for us fans who fell in love with the Knicks in the 80s and the 90s to see what it meant to those Knicks, former Knicks who were there. Clyde not working the broadcast in attendance. Latrell Sprewell, Allen Houston, Larry Johnson, Starks. We go on and on. So, JJ, as someone who fell in love with the Knicks in the 90s, how much did that mean to this championship that those guys were so into it?
So I think one of the most special images of what I saw on Saturday night is Patrick Ewing and Jalen Brunson side by side holding up the trophies. And you could see this sort of proud look on Jalen Brunson's face where it's like, big fella, that one's for you. And that's the feeling I think a whole lot of Knicks fans had in watching the celebration on Saturday night in San Antonio. That one is for John Starks. That one is for the late, great Anthony Mason, Allen Houston, Larry Johnson, all of these guys that were a part of tremendous teams in the 90s, beloved and cherished teams in the 90s. That's the crazy thing about that group of Knicks. They didn't win a championship, yet they are treated like guys in this town that have won multiple championships because of their tenacity, because of the way they played, because of all of the big games they were a part of. So, yeah, to see Allen Houston and more specifically Patrick Ewing, who was the emotional leader of the team for basically 2 decades, get that moment, pretty special.
It's Hollywood stuff when you talk about that Game 5 and Rick Brunson going to Patrick right away as soon as he's coming off the court. And I think Patrick said to him, like, thank you. So happy for you guys. And this was Jalen Brunson, a kid who grew up in that Knick locker room with Ewing and Houston and Sprewell. And so the full circle of all of it just, you can't make it up. I think that in general, having those ex-players, though, I think William Wesley, spearheaded it, getting everybody in the building, and it just kind of grew from the regular season into the postseason. And so if you're a Knicks fan, you're seeing Iman Shumpert get out of his seat and pump his fist and go crazy.
Did you see the Goodfellas suite video?
Oh, it's tremendous.
By the way, that's the best thing I saw on the internet for like 2 weeks, other than the championship, of course.
So other than all the videos of the tip-in by OG Anunoby, we just saw Clyde, and you know you're the coolest guy in the city when you get your own car. Look at Clyde.
Profile.
You mentioned World Wide West, but obviously these former players have a strong connection to the franchise also because of James Dolan. Obviously a controversial tenure as owner of the Knicks. We don't need to rehash all the history, but Ian, you had it before everyone else. You had it before the video was out. The pre-playoff pep talk. We know all the details now. Restrain yourself from extracurricular activities, but how did that speech resonate? Because to the outside world, we don't know a whole lot about the connection between the owner and the players. We all know what his reputation is, but how did that speech, as unorthodox as it was, resonate with the team that close to the postseason?
Well, unorthodox, I think you hit it on the head, Eamon, because I don't think people expected it. From people that I spoke to about it, they said, it landed. People were kind of caught off guard, but it did land, the message. And you saw how it was delivered on that video. The celibacy, can I say that?
Yes.
10 weeks of celibacy, that became like a running thing, I think, in the locker room. A lot of jokes about that. But actually, speaking of the locker room, after he made that 10-week speech, they put up a big drawing or whatever on the wall outside the locker room, 10 weeks of sacrifice. That became a theme for the group going into the postseason. So I think it really hit in a big way, mostly because it was unexpected, maybe out of character for James Dolan to do that. And I want to mention one other thing. You mentioned Game 1 against the Cavs. He went in the locker room after that comeback win, and he had, I guess, a heart surgery years ago. And he removed his shirt to show the scar, the heart surgery, and he basically said, look, I've already had heart troubles. Don't give me any more. And, just showing a little bit more of his, personality. I think that's something that's come through during this run.
Look, James Dolan now is an owner. The redemption story is crazy to think about, because if you were to think about Knicks games in 2018, 2019, 2020, the feeling is sell the team.
Sell the team.
That was the chant you would hear throughout Madison Square Garden. I can guarantee it is when you're watching Knicks games next year, you're not going to be hearing sell the team chants because, hey, if the team wins and you go and hire the right people and you stay out of the way, good things can happen. That is what has transpired with the New York Knicks. James Dolan was smart enough to realize, hey, they tried to go and get Kevin Durant. They tried to go and get Kyrie Irving. It didn't work. So I need for my next GM, let me go get somebody in the agency side of things who is well respected around basketball circles. It's unorthodox. It's not the normal way of doing business. But whatever we have been doing for the past decade has not worked. Whether it was 2 decades. 2 decades. Yeah, going back to 2000 and beyond. They got the right people. They let Leon Rose go and make these moves. They didn't go and chase every star known to man. They didn't blow up their salary cap. And now James Dolan gets to be a celebrated owner as opposed to a vilified owner in town.
Winning changes everything. We just saw OG Anunoby on his float, Mitchell Robinson on his own personal truck. But, you know, you guys talk about sell the team, sell the team. The Knicks were a combined 182 games under 500 the 6 previous seasons before Leon Rose took over and hired Tom Thibodeau. And, you know, we discussed the transactions. Yeah. But, Ian, the big word now in sports is culture. Yeah. The Knicks culture was one of dysfunction. We were joking earlier before we came on the air about you let Phil Jackson draft Frank Ntilikina because he fits the triangle offense, then you fire him about a week later. So that was the history before Leon Rose took over. When did you notice the culture starting to change under Tibbs and Leon Rose?
Yeah, I think that first year of Tom Thibodeau, and it wasn't so much what you saw on the floor every day, but it was a veteran like Austin Rivers talking about what he saw behind the scenes and how he felt like things were moving in the right direction. I remember he gave this answer. I think it was like in March. Maybe they had lost a couple games. He was like, look, you guys don't see what I see, but I'm telling you there is something here. And then you just saw the effort that was put in and night out, and the idea that they kind of took on that Tom Thibodeau team's style, which was battle every possession. You started to hear opposing coaches talk about it. Like Eric Spoelstra had that quote where he's like, they're going to try to kill you every possession, and you have to work every possession regardless of what the game situation was. So I think it was that first year where you really started to see a foundation being laid. And I don't think Tom Thibodeau should be just a minor footnote in this thing because of what he was able to do. Floor raiser, we got them to, you don't want to say the floor below the penthouse, and then Mike Brown took them home. But Thibodeau did an incredible job setting the table.
I'm sure today is a bittersweet day for Tom Thibodeau. He did a marvelous job of coaching this team because he instilled fundamentals within this group that you saw throughout this playoff run. The never say die attitude, the tenacious style of play that this team brings to the table on a night in and night out basis. And it was, I think, a very polarizing move last summer to go and take a coach that took you to Game 6 of the conference finals and say, you know what, we need to go and make a change and go in a different direction. They made that change. Tibbs did a wonderful job, but Mike Brown came in and unlocked a couple of key ingredients that got them over the top. So that's why you'll forever look at this comparison, Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr, or you can look at Buck Showalter to Joe Torre. Hey, Buck Showalter did a great job managing the Yankees. Joe Torre came in. Now, Mike Brown had more on the resume than Joe Torre. Joe Torre was known as a losing manager. Mike Brown was coach of the year in Sacramento.
Yeah, but even still,
you know
like,
this,
it wasn't
he
great.
was what, coach? They wanted to hire.
It was not an inspiring hire.
They wanted to hire Jason Kidd. They were talking about Chris Finch and Billy Donovan. He basically was the 5th choice to go and be the man, but he was the perfect guy for the job.
They interviewed everybody, and everybody got raises thanks to the Knicks. But, you know, Tom Thibodeau, 400 and 226 with the Knicks. They were 147 and 329 the 6 previous seasons before he took over. We saw Karl Anthony Towns, and look at Jose Alvarado. What a moment this is for the Brooklyn-born guard out of the Lindsay Projects in Williamsburg, Christ the King and Queens graduate, and now he's going down a float through the Canyon of Heroes, and he played a role. 8 points in that Game 4 victory, and Ian, the aficionados of New York City basketball, New York City high school basketball, loved Mike Breen breaking out the scouting report from the great Tom Konchowski about Jose Alvarado. He'd rather win than breathe. You're a basketball junkie here in New York City. What do you think this moment means to Jose Alvarado and really New York City basketball?
Oh, it's tremendous. It's a tremendous moment, especially for Jose Alvarado, who, let's not forget, undrafted, hooked on with the Pelicans, scraped and clawed his way onto that roster. And then this was a guy that the Knicks had seen as a target early on this year, as somebody they may want to trade for because they thought they needed in the playoffs somebody who could handle the ball and also somebody who could play defense. So they traded for him. He performed, but let's not forget, he was out of the rotation for big parts of that regular season and even parts of the playoffs. But Mike Brown goes back to him, and he performs at the highest level. You talk about that fourth quarter. I also think about when Jalen Brunson got hurt, and there was, 15 minutes where he was not around, but Jose Alvarado steadies the ship. So he had a lot of big moments. Yeah, just CHSAA pride. I'm sure all the Catholic schools are thrilled with this moment. Just a New York City kid.
They're not thrilled with all the FaceTime Joe Arbitello is getting out of it, knowing everyone's going to go to Christ the King now. But, JJ, we thought this was a fairy tale just when they made the trade. Now he's on a float. He's running over the former mayor, who happens to be one of the richest men in the world. I mean, what a run for Jose Alvarado.
Look, I go back to Jose Alvarado when he played college basketball at Georgia Tech. You guys know I'm a big Syracuse guy. When this guy played Syracuse, I'm like, he is such a pain in the neck to play. I felt like he was in college forever. And to Ian's point, he had to work his way onto an NBA roster. He was undrafted. He goes and makes the New Orleans Pelicans. And he's somebody I've wanted on the Knicks forever because he's the perfect quintessential backup point guard because he's going to get after it. He's going to play with energy. The teams that are going up against the New York Knicks don't necessarily like playing him. And he's going to be a guy that can feed off the energy of Madison Square Garden because it was a lifelong dream to go and be a New York Knick. So, of course, in the game of all games, Game 4 of the NBA Finals, the greatest comeback in the history of the NBA Finals. Yeah, we'll always remember the OG tip-in. You're going to remember so many big plays throughout. Jose Alvarado coming in and taking the pressure off of Jalen Brunson, handling the ball, throwing San Antonio a different look. And you mentioned the idea of having Lady Luck and Destiny, that sort of thing on your side. That shot he hit in the fourth quarter that goes down from 3. That's when you're thinking maybe those basketball gods are looking down on Jose Alvarado.
3 for 3 with 8 points in the fourth quarter. And I know we're not supposed to tell tales outside the newsroom, but that night watching that game was a great moment here in the SNY newsroom because the great Sal Licata, who we all love, said, all right, this Alvarado thing's been cute. Now get him off the floor. 2 seconds later, he drills a 3. So, Sal, I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus, but it was an amazing moment. But, you mentioned Mike Brown in and out of the rotation. Yeah. Clarkson in and out of the rotation. Yep. We go to the Brown-Tibbs comparison, and, a lot of it's hypothetical. But, maybe Tom Thibodeau doesn't stick with Jose Alvarado in the fourth quarter of that game. But it was always about Tibbs and the bench. How was Mike Brown able to juggle the understudies? When you mentioned Jordan Clarkson would go 10 games without seeing the floor. Then he gets like 26 against the Jazz. Landry Shamet out of the rotation, huge in the postseason. How was he able, Mike Brown, to touch the right buttons, press the right buttons, and know when to stay with the hot hand?
It's interesting because he references Steve Kerr and he references Greg Popovich when he talks about the importance of playing these guys in the regular season. And it's not so much that game, that night, and what you may or may not get from him. It's for the playoffs because you want these guys to be comfortable and to not come in like cold in the postseason. You want them to be familiar with their teammates, familiar with the sets. And so when he's playing Landry Shamet over the course of the regular season, and when he brought Jordan Clarkson back into the rotation, same thing with Jose Alvarado, these guys were ready. I mean, give them credit because they're veterans and they were able to stay ready despite not playing. But it's also planting those seeds in the regular season. Again, not to beat the Wizards on a Wednesday in November, but it's really to have them ready against Atlanta when you need somebody coming off the bench.
Look at this scene. Mr. Chill, I feel like this is the most unflappable Nick, OG Anunoby. He is great. Just loving every minute of it. And look at Mikal. I can't believe Mikal Bridges brought his dog to these proceedings. I mean, the poor pooch. I hope they have security for him, for goodness sakes. But, hey, you want to talk about a redemption story. I remember walking out of this studio when the Knicks lost Game 3, and Mikal Bridges had a goose egg in that game. I'm sitting there saying to myself, and I liked the Mikal Bridges trade when they made it. I said, did the Knicks make a huge mistake in giving up 5 first-round picks? And remember, he wasn't playing in the fourth quarter, Game 4. barely played Game 5 because the Knicks blew out the Hawks. But that Game 6, Knicks won by a zillion points. Mikal Bridges got going.
Yep.
And it like unlocked something within him where Mike Brown deserves a lot of credit because he didn't quit on Mikal Bridges. People were calling for him to get taken out of the starting lineup. They didn't want to see him down the stretch. Yeah, you remember the conversations. This coach found a way to keep him locked in and got the most out of him, especially in that Philly series. He was great against the Cavs, and it was an up-and-down NBA Finals, but his Game 2 performance alongside Karl Anthony Towns was a must to go and win that game on the road.
18.5 points per game in the Eastern Conference Finals. And you know, JJ, we joke now about the picks, but that really was going to be his lasting legacy because it's not just you gave up 5 picks, but what you could have done in this summer of Giannis with those 5 picks. So his reputation and legacy in this town completely changed by an impressive postseason run.
No question about it. And that's what I mean when I talk about all the parts of this puzzle fitting perfectly together. And I think what Leon Rose had in mind when he made these trades, in a way, it's different era of NBA basketball. So you can't compare it to the early 2000s. But I think Beggs, Leon, and Worldwide Wes wanted to build a Detroit type of team. The 2004 Pistons, Chauncey Billups, a lot of people would have looked at Chauncey Billups and said, there's no way in the world this guy could be the #1 player on a championship team. But you had Rasheed Wallace, who they got at the deadline. You had Ben Wallace, who was this all-world defensive player. Rip Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince. The pieces fit perfectly in the way that the pieces for this team fit perfectly. And they looked at Bridges. They said, wow, this guy can play off the ball. He can guard multiple positions. They're obviously thinking about Boston and the wings of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. And that's why it was a priority to say, you know what? The hell with those picks. We need Mikal Bridges for our puzzle. He fits perfectly.
The Detroit thing is interesting, JJ, because William Wesley, Worldwide Wes, very close with Rip Hamilton, so he was around that Detroit team a lot. The other piece is Scott Perry, who was here for a few years under Leon Rose. He was in Detroit when they built that team, and they went on that run. So the parallels are interesting. We were talking about Bridges before. I just want to take you into the locker room after that Game 3, where he had the goose egg. I think he was 0 for 3 with the 4 turnovers. And we're kind of waiting around. Sometimes when a guy has a bad game, they wait for the whole crew to go to another player, and then they skip out of the locker room. I call it the pick and roll. But Bridges was there, and he waited for us, waited to answer every question that we had, and he talked about, hey, I have to just take this on the chin, handle it how I'm supposed to handle it, and then come back and help my team win. And it wasn't right away, but it was that Game 6 in Atlanta. And then the rest of the next 8 games, he was fantastic. So I think just the mental strength there for him to come up off the deck, despite all the noise around him, and to play the way he played, it just tells you a lot about his character.
Our producer James Ward and coordinating producer Gerard Guilfoyle are going to have to come up with a baseball term to match pick and roll for some of these post games when the pitcher's the only guy who talks. As we see Josh Hart
Look
there,
at Josh.
and obviously he's loving it, and Josh Hart, Ian, we talk, it's a cliche to say heart and soul. With him, it's a bad pun. But really, he checks so many boxes for this franchise. Ian, you took us inside the locker room with Mikal Bridges. What does Hart's sort of sense of humor and the way he plays complement everyone else on this championship team?
Yeah, he refers to himself as a servant, and I think that's 100% right, because he's the guy in that starting 5 who's going to do the dirty work, who's going to try to set up his teammates, who doesn't care about, taking shots. He could take 2 shots in a game and still impact winning in so many different ways, and he does keep it light in the locker room. He's the guy who's making jokes all the time, connecting with people, and when it's time to be serious, though, I think that he has a voice that commands the room. I think his words matter in that room for obvious reasons. And so it's on the court and it's off the court. And he talked about, after they won, he talked about the weight of the Knicks jersey. He said it's not something we talk about publicly often, but it's heavy. It's heavy. And I think he felt it several times over the course of the regular season when people were talking about, you got to change the starting 5. But he persevered. And it just, that mental toughness, maybe it's a Villanova thing for him. It's something that kind of epitomized that locker room at the end.
I go back to when the Knicks made the Josh Hart trade. There's a video of Jalen Brunson, I believe at a Villanova basketball game. He's getting honored. And the video leaks, and you could just tell, and they give each other a lot of crap. They play off each other brilliantly. It's great. I love every minute of it. But you could sense how happy and how emotional Jalen Brunson was that he was going to get to go and play with his best friend in the NBA. And the biggest compliment I could give Josh Hart, those 90s teams that I love so much, he would fit perfectly. His toughness, the way he does the dirty work, you don't see a ton of that in 2026 in NBA basketball. And Josh Hart doesn't need to go and take a zillion shots. He's going to go and crash the glass. He is one of the best rebounders I've seen in my life. Like, he is an unbelievable offensive rebounder. He's an energy guy. And I'm sure he takes it personal, the idea that, hey, these teams are going to leave me open from three, which, by the way, is the right decision when you look at the complexion, the makeup of the Knicks roster.
All right, Kenny Atkinson.
But guess what? I was at Game 2. Josh Hart had a day and was the leading scorer for the Knicks in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. And look, the plus-minus for him when he was on the floor for a majority of these games, even on nights where he had 5 points, he had in Game 1 of the Finals, fellas, like the best 5-point game you could ever have because he impacted the game in so many different ways. So he's your basically jack of all trades on this team. He's your Energizer Bunny, and that's what I mean about this puzzle. This puzzle is very incomplete if you don't have the elements that Josh Hart is bringing you.
26 in Game 2 against the Cavs, which might have inspired a local sports anchor to break out the lyrics from Hearts on Fire and Rocky IV because he was hitting it from deep. But, you know, you guys both made the reference to Villanova and all the merchandise and swag that we've seen online. One that I thought that was great but also made me jealous a little bit as a Notre Dame alum, J.J. Acuse alum, was Knicks in with the Villanova logo V. Knicks in 5.
Can you believe how much we like Villanova now?
If you're a Villanova fan and a Knicks fan, you need about 10 of those hats. But, you know, in all seriousness, Ian, we know about the Villanova connection. It was here with DiVincenzo and then Bridges. How much did those three guys, knowing each other and having so much success at Villanova, and the fact that Hart was willing to sacrifice, that Bridges was willing to sacrifice, those three guys had such a strong chemistry. How did that permeate throughout the rest of the team?
Yeah, it's the winning DNA that was in there, and the idea that these guys have been through these wars together where you battle in the Big East, you battle a subpar Notre Dame team, you battle a rebuilding Cuse team, and
Ian's throwing all the jabs in here.
And so, yes, but these guys, they experienced it together. So you won in college. NBA is obviously different, but the DNA of a winning team, a championship team, you share the same qualities. And I do think that, you know, even the non-Villanova guys, the OG Ananobis, they go back to Dante DiVincenzo's, the Karl Townses, I think they took that on when you start winning with this team, the never say die attitude coming down from 22 in Game 1. Just those deficits that were surmountable to these guys that looked insurmountable to us on the outside. I think that's where it starts with Villanova.
It's wild to think about an NBA team that's won a championship that has not one but two, but three players from the same college team. And it has to help, right? Like, you know every element about what each is bringing to the table. And, you know, you look at these three players as a whole, I think the prevailing thought, Beggs, was that Mikal Bridges was going to be the best pro. Because of the fact that, hey, he's this two-way player. Like, when you looked at, like, mock drafts and where he went compared to Josh Hart, compared to Jalen Brunson, it is kind of wild to think about the ascent of Brunson and the stability that Bridges has provided and, of course, the energy that Hart has provided. And, look, that Villanova connection that was winning when they're going to Final Fours and winning championships. Those guys have come to the NBA, and they've done a whole lot of winning, too.
It's so interesting, JJ, that you bring up that draft order because Mikal Bridges, he said something, maybe it was his first year in New York, because we were always asking him about, you know, adjusting from Brooklyn to here. And one of the things he said was, I even have to adjust to Jalen Brunson because Jalen, when I played with him at Villanova, he didn't have the ball in his hands all the time. And so I asked him about that in the finals, just circling back, and he said, look, now, when Jalen has the ball in his hands, he's going to make the right play. It is the best play for us. But I do think there was a period of time where maybe Bridges said, maybe I could do this with the ball. I put the ball in my hands. I could put these numbers up. And then for him to ultimately accept that role and thrive in that role where Brunson is the clear number one, I don't think all this happens without that realization and without that acceptance from him.
Look at Alvarado. What, he get his own float? Yeah. I guess Alvarado got his own float.
He brought Williamsburg with him. You know, moments ago, you know, we've been out on the streets interviewing fans, and they're all bringing up the same names of the pain and misery that they lived through, the Earl Barons, the Kevin Knoxes, the Frank Ntilikina. The only Nick who really can relate to those days is Mitchell Robinson. We saw him on the float just a few minutes ago, and JJ, he is the longest tenured Nick. We weren't sure he was going to be able to give it a go in the finals. How important was his role to this championship run?
Listen, Mitchell Robinson transforms the Knick defense. And I think that's been obvious when you've watched this team over the last couple of seasons. Look at their defensive rating and look at their defensive metrics when Mitch plays and compare them to when he doesn't. Now, there are frustrations about Mitchell Robinson's game. He's not a great offensive player as far as not being able to shoot the basketball. We know the foul shooting is a monstrous liability. And then there are injury concerns with Mitch. But this is why he has been able to stick around with this organization as long as he has, because, hey, the value he provides defensively on those lob plays, and then for Karl-Anthony Towns, giving him another big to playoff when they wanted to go with a double big lineup, which they didn't do a ton. They also had the flexibility to do it where Cat could worry about other elements on the basketball floor, shooting the basketball, carrying the offense, playing without Jalen Brunson. And Mitchell Robinson, listen, frustrating the likes of Embiid. One of the signature moments of this postseason is the posterization of Mitchell Robinson against one of the great NBA villains of the last decade. The Knicks fan couldn't stand Joel Embiid from that heated playoff series 2 years ago. And that one was far more competitive, Ian, than the one we saw this time around. Like, that dunk kind of symbolized, yeah, Philly, it's not going to be much of a series.
The picture of that dunk ended up as a screensaver on many phones in that locker room right after the game.
Oh, I'm
so
sure.
I think everybody appreciated that one in the locker room.
Yeah, that was in Game 3 against the Sixers. He also had 10 rebounds in Game 5, and, you know, it's not going to be up there with the tip-in or the poster, but his offensive rebound off the Josh Hart miss against the guy who, oh, by the way, is 7'4", was a huge moment in sealing that victory. Ian, let's go back to the regular season, because you're sitting here watching a game against the Wizards. Mitchell Robinson out. You know, ankle management. How were the Knicks able to finesse his, injuries and have him ready for the playoffs?
Yeah, this was a plan coming into the season where they knew they were going to sit him when healthy with the idea of having him ready to go in April. Obviously, they couldn't plan for the whatever happened with his hand off the court. You can't plan for that one. But they had him healthy and they had him ready. You take that out of the equation, and that's a testament to the entire medical staff. I mean, you run down the list. If you're a real Knicks fan, you need to just Google the medical staff. They did a fantastic job. I mean, Anthony Gonaga has been there forever. You talk about Mitchell Robinson, but you also talk about OG Anunoby with the hamstring, getting right back on the floor. And so there's a myriad issues of Robinson with the surgery. You know, they got him ready to come back during the finals, which is unheard of. So, you know, Quentin Dolan, Jim Dolan's son, is kind of running that operation along with Casey Smith. But there are so many people behind the scenes there that did their jobs and did their jobs incredibly well, because I was talking to somebody over there. At the end of the year, they were dragging. They were healthy, but they were really dragging. So they needed to scheme and come up with ways for these guys to be as fresh as possible. That's the medical staff. That's the training staff. They help get these guys over the finish line.
Look at this scene. I mean, my goodness, tequila in the trophy.
I was going to say, I just got thirsty.
Not too shabby.
Was that J.R. Smith?
Where's our stage manager? Enough of the water.
It looked like Stephon Marbury was having a good time. See, that's the beautiful thing about what this parade and what this playoff run has done. We mentioned the idea of all the former Knick alum that have found their way to Madison Square Garden. You go to every single one of these games. It was not just Patrick Ewing. It was not just Allen Houston. It's Marbury. It's Novak. It's Iman Shumpert. You're seeing Chris Dudley and Kurt Thomas, Tim Thomas. Like, it just goes on and on. Nick's done a wonderful job of that, and it kind of makes the organization have this sort of, like, family vibe to it. Like, for a franchise that took a lot of heat for relations with players, and I don't want to relitigate what happened with Charles Oakley. We're not going to do that. It's not the day for it. But look at the alum celebrating within the Knicks organization. They're enjoying it.
JJ, nice job bringing up the family vibe, because we've been on the air for a little bit over an hour and we've already discussed celibacy, bleep those picks, and tequila. So I'm not sure we're going to make it to noon.
Sorry, family audience.
You know, the parade is starting to heat up here. They're going to go all the way to City Hall and then, of course, be presented with keys to the city. We're going to hear from Mike Brown, Jalen Brunson, and a cast of thousands as you are watching the Putback, our coverage of the Knicks championship parade. And there's so many angles to look at this run. And, you know, we mentioned this at the beginning, but what a moment this must be for Clyde Frazier, who's been a part of this franchise since the 60s. He did not get a parade back in 1970 or 1973. The mayor back then, John Lindsay, didn't think the city had the money for it, didn't think it was right at the time. But now he gets to go through the Canyon of Heroes. And, you know, Ian, you're at every home game. You're at the facility. We talked about Patrick Ewing and the Knicks of the 90s. What does Clyde mean to guys like Brunson and Hart, who have been now around the Knicks for so long?
Oh, everything. And, you know, I'll go back to before this era, right? Clyde used to say, you know, he would fly on the plane, and he used to say, none of these guys talk to me. None of these guys ask me questions. Like, even the point guards in those teams, you know, that we've been referencing those past 2 decades. He said it's weird. Like, nobody talks to me. But I think it was different here. These guys embraced Clyde Frazier. I'm sure they took his advice. You're looking at Jalen Brunson. I'm sure Jalen Brunson had many
conversations. You mean the King of New York, Ian Begley, the King of New York.
Yes, King of New York. I was with Clyde, who's a wonderful man, gentleman, in Atlanta before Game 4. And I was just running through all the reasons why I thought this was done, why the Knicks were about to lose, and then the thing was over. And he was kind of nodding his head, kind of placating me. But then he said, look, these guys have a lot of pride. There's a lot of pride in that locker room. So let's see what happens. Obviously, Clyde Frazier right, sports writer wrong. And they went on and went on that run. But he really, he's been so complimentary of this team when he's been asked about him. But I do think that with this current team, he's got a special relationship with the group.
His performance in Game 7 in 1970, after Willis Reed limped out onto the court and hit his 2 shots, he took over. He took it to Jerry West, the great Jerry West, 36 points, I believe, to seal their first championship in Knicks history. We just saw Jalen Brunson, who had 45 in a championship-clinching game. You called him the King of New York. JJ, put in perspective how he elevated his status in New York City and in the NBA during this postseason.
Well, I've made the point throughout this playoff run, and I think it is officially signed, sealed, delivered after this NBA championship, that Jalen Brunson is now the greatest free agent signing in the history of our city. And there have been a lot of good ones, don't get me wrong. You look at CC Sabathia, you look at Reggie Jackson in the 1970s, but to go and end a 53-year title drought, and you're the face of it, you're the leader of it, you go and have 45 points in a closeout game, it doesn't get better than that. And there has been this sort of King of New York debate over the last couple years between Aaron Judge and Jalen Brunson specifically. And look, Aaron Judge has all of the regular season accolades. He's won multiple MVPs. He should have had another MVP if it wasn't for Jose Altuve in 2017. But he has yet to experience the top of the mountain in the way Jalen Brunson is experiencing the top of the mountain. And ending a drought like this. See, that's the thing. Like, other organizations, the Yankees, I know they have a drought at the moment, but it's not 53 years. I never thought in my lifetime we'd see this. I have to be perfectly honest. With the way the Knicks were run, with the lack of success they could have in landing the big fish, I kind of resigned myself to the fact that it was never going to happen. So when I mention best free agent signing, when I mention King of New York, when I talk about the sort of leadership and brilliance that Brunson has brought on and off the basketball floor, to me, at this point, the debate is over.
You know, Ian, we always used to have these arguments before this year. Where does he rank in the NBA? Is he a serious MVP candidate? In New York, we always said yes. Then you would watch the national shows, and he always seemed to be an afterthought. Yeah. You know, Jokic, Luka, obviously SGA, now Wemby. How much has that changed now? Do you think he is in that top 5 conversation in the NBA.
Certainly. I think that I want SNY maybe to send me out to Vegas to check in with Becky Hammond to see what she thinks about that.
All right, we made it to 11:08 before we went there.
Sorry, check in. Yeah, I want to hear her answer to this question. But yeah, certainly he's going to be right up there next season going into the year because he's proved himself on the biggest stage, and maybe that's why he wasn't in those conversations before then, because he hadn't shown himself the way he did over these past 5, 6, 8 weeks, whatever it is. But now, yeah, he's got to be right there. Mike Brown was talking about it all year long, just the idea that he should be in these conversations. He is an MVP the way Mike Brown defines MVPs in terms of delivering when you need to deliver. And yeah, he'll be there. He'll be, preseason. You'll probably bet on him maybe well,
now JJ won't take that bet. He won't like these odds.
But let me make something clear. I had a major problem when I would see these rankings. They'd have these player rankings that would come out, and a bunch of the outlets would publish them on a weekly or a monthly basis. And I would find it incredibly insulting, especially over the last few months, that a guy like Donovan Mitchell would be ahead of Jalen Brunson. Now, I think if you're a Knicks fan, I understand SGA, multiple MVP. I know Jokic is all-world. He's probably one of the best centers I've ever seen in my lifetime. Wemby, obviously, is Wemby. Knicks fans are going to walk around all summer, and I can't even fight them on this. If they want to walk around thumping their chest saying Jalen Brunson is the best player in the league, are you really going to fight him? I'm not saying that he necessarily is, but after a run like this and being the face that he is for a championship in New York, I'm going to allow the Knicks fan to entertain that. Now, I put him in the top 5. I think he has earned top 5. And I do think when you look at the American player, right now, is Jalen Brunson the best American player? I mean, you're looking at Jason Tatum and you're looking at Anthony Edwards. I know Tatum and Edwards are better defenders, but at the end of these games, not close. I want Jalen Brunson with the ball in his hands.
I mean, what else have those other guys done that separates themselves from Brunson's performance in the postseason? 45 points in a closeout game, I mean, is right up there with Giannis and Michael Jordan and the greats of all time. What he's been able to do, throughout the postseason, that's when it matters. I mean, I'm not taking anything. I understand Jokic has won and SGA has won, but he has to be right there. Whenever he was downplayed nationally, Ian, is out the window right now after this run.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he checks all the boxes.
Checks all the boxes.
And it's not just the scoring. It's when you throw a second defender at him, he's making the right play with the basketball. And, the defense, I think it's blanket statement to say he's not a great defender, but he gives you effort every possession.
And
that's all you can ask for a guy who, 6'1". What is he listed at, 6'2"?
You're the one who has the program every night.
No,
yeah, we'll go with
6'2". The point I want to make is when I'm standing next to him, we're around the same height, and I'm 6 and change. So I think the 6'2" is generous. But yes, checks all the boxes, and this is not part of the debate, but maybe it should be, just the way he impacts the locker room, the way he shapes the franchise. You're not going to really talk about that when you're talking about the MVP debate, but to me, that factors in when you're talking about the best players in the league.
All right, let's go back to the very beginning of the day because, JJ just said this was something he thought he would never see in his lifetime. He's not alone. I'll be honest, I thought I was going to see it in 93, definitely in 94 when they went down to Houston up 3-2 and John Starks had the ball. We'll talk about Hakeem's fingertip, but maybe payback was Karl Anthony Towns' fingertip on the inbounds pass. But, Ian, I talked at the beginning about how long you've been around this franchise. You told me a few days ago you were covering it with Frank Isola when Isaiah was running the show. We all know what a mess that was. We were talking about the 17 and 65 seasons, but through covering this franchise and through social media and the putback and getting to know the Knicks fan, the thing that amazes me about the Knicks fan is they've been awful. It's almost now like a Jet fan. There was no taste, 17 and 65. There was no connection for a lot of these young fans to Ewing and Sprewell and Starks. What stands out to you about the loyalty of the fans we're seeing on the streets, the fans who can't afford tickets to the game, that get to have this moment with their players?
The passion was there through those bad seasons. These people who are here for the parade, I'm sure they were living and dying with Alexei Shved, right? They were living and dying with Lou Amundsen. And the passion's there because you could hear it in the building every night, and that just tells you outside of the building it's there as well. And I think that's part of it because this is really, again, a generational thing for these Knicks fans. Gets passed down parent to child, and it matters. And you can see how much it matters to everybody who braved it out to get on this parade route today. And yeah, even the terrible teams, there was passion in the building. When those terrible teams would come back, fourth quarter fake Knick comeback, get from down 12 to 2, the building was on fire. And so it just speaks to the loyalty of this fan base to this brand.
It would always blow my mind. The Knicks would be like a 25-win team, and you'd be watching the home stretch of games in late March and early April. And you'd sit there and you say to yourself, how is Madison Square Garden completely full? Yep. And how does Madison Square Garden have the energy that it has at this particular moment when this game means nothing and half these guys are not going to be on the team or they're going to be in a G League next year? And it just speaks to the dedication, the fire, and the enthusiasm that Knicks fans all across the city have going into that building cheering on their team. So you've come a long way from the likes of Robinson, Lance Thomas, Langston Galloway.
Come on, don't throw Galloway under the bus.
Frank Ntilikina. No,
we could do an hour.
Yeah,
and we could find guys throughout that period that the fan base, Ian, would try to sucker themselves into. Maybe we have something in Mudiay. He could be a starter.
It was the summer of this guy or the summer of that guy. You know, after those 25-win seasons, we'd get ready for the draft, and then we would sit there and say, has any franchise drafted worse than the New York Knicks? But, Ian, last night on Sports Night, JJ gave us his top 5 moments of the playoff run. Yep. You had a courtside seat for the whole postseason. Yep. When you're teaching that journalism class in your rocking chair, what moments are going to stand out to you that you're going to tell the students about?
The obvious one is the OG tip, right? I mean, that's the clear one because that's the one that's going to live forever here in New York. But you talk about the Karl Towns game where he comes out game 4 and he changes that Knick offense. The Cleveland game coming down 22. The brilliance from Jalen Brunson, but also the fourth quarter Jalen Brunson game 1 of the finals where he was fantastic. Mitchell Robinson, those last 2 possessions, Wembanyama defending him perfectly, forcing him into misses, and you get a 1-0 series lead. You win on the road. That sets the tone for the series. So those are the moments that I'll remember. But also like that locker room after game 3, not just when I was in there, but just talking to people in the aftermath. It was the coaches telling these guys, you're letting your foot off the gas. You can't let your foot off the gas. It was the mindset shift. Miles McBride told me that, before that, they said they knew they were a good team and they were kind of waiting for their opponent to give them the game. After that game 3, the mindset shift was, we know we're a good team, but we have to go out and take it. So those moments will stick with me for a while.
Listen, it was tough to look at 10 moments and 5 moments and not have a bunch involving the NBA Finals because it was so iconic. Like the OG tip-in is one of the most legendary plays in Finals history. It's obviously the greatest comeback in any individual game. It passed that Lakers-Celtic game back from 2008. But that game 4 in Atlanta really changed everything. And from that point forward, the Knicks went from being a team that was playing around, down in a series, to a team that they were better than, to this juggernaut. That was the amazing part about this playoff run. From that point forward, it wasn't, the Knicks aren't just going to win the series. They're going to destroy you. They're going to soul crush you. They're going to stomp on you.
They won a game by 51.
All you need to know about some of these games in the playoff run, game 1 of the Philly series, they're up by 40 points, and we're able to entertain in the newsroom when it's Tyler Kolek and Dottier and Huck Porty out there. Our movie list. That's how outrageous it got in the fourth quarter of these games. I'm sure you guys had some good discussions, too, because it was, as Marvel wants to call it, extended garbage time. There was a lot of extended garbage time throughout a lot of these runs, and that's why it's an insane point differential, the best point differential in NBA playoff history. And the fact that the Knicks, this group, can look at themselves after this playoff run where they lost 2 games to the Atlanta Hawks.
By 1 point each.
Yes. Swept Philly, swept Cleveland, won the finals at 5. They lost 3 playoff games. Perspective. Chicago Bulls. I'm not saying they're better than 95, 96 Bulls. Greatest team I've ever seen. Jordan, Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Ron
No
Harper.
Lou Edmondson on that team.
No, Bill Wennington was on that team.
He's got a ring.
Luke Longley was on that team. The fact that the Knicks are in the same conversation as that group is insane to think about.
You know, I think the catch-22 of dominance is that some people think it was easy. 16-3, so the naysayer gets to say, oh, well, they didn't have to face the Thunder, they didn't have to face the Celtics, they didn't have to face the Pistons. The Knicks don't have to apologize that those three franchises all choked Game 7 at home. But I think I go back to show my age here, the 83 Sixers with Moses Malone. The faux Sixers lost one playoff game. I don't think they get their props compared to the Celtics and the Lakers of those time because it was such a easy, dominant playoff run. But this playoff run, Ian, when they turned on the gas, what was that like to get a view of a team that did struggle during the playoffs? As you mentioned, Clyde had to convince you that they were going to win. To all of a sudden become this juggernaut right in front of our eyes.
It was very surprising that they kind of realized their best form at the best possible time. Because again, you didn't see it. You didn't see a ton of evidence that they could get there over the course of the regular season. So for them to coalesce, and really the play was a reflection, I think, of the mindset, which was we above me, which frankly, during the regular season, you didn't have that all the time. So the sacrifice and the idea of, look, it's the playoffs. We'll just win games. It doesn't matter how we do it. That's the focus. And Josh Hart actually talked about that when we were asking him about Mikal Bridges. He says, once you get to the playoffs, you're not worried about, am I involved in the offense enough? Am I getting enough shots? Am I getting enough touches? It's just about winning, and that's the mindset Bridges brings. And so that, to me, that coalescing and really coming together in a way you don't see often in the NBA, that really stands out.
Got to make sacrifices. You're going to win championships. You see it in teams in every single sport, whether it's not enough touches, maybe it's coming off the bench, maybe it's not as many targets if you're a wide receiver. The teams that have the right formula are able to go and have everybody bonding together, dialed in on the exact same page. And I'm looking down here because I just took a glimpse, Eamon, at Patrick Ewing in the sports car with the New York or Nowhere shirt, getting a championship parade. Is that cool or what?
That is so cool, and you have to wonder what his emotions are, you know.
Look at
sweat
this.
and tears at the Garden, and then you see Jalen Brunson, who, as Ian pointed out, has so much respect for the Walt Fraziers and the Patrick Ewings. Obviously, his dad was a Knick, so he was so close to those teams in the late 90s. We are taking you right up to City Hall when the players will be presented with the keys to the city. We're going to hear their speeches, and, you know, one of the coolest things about this playoff run for lifelong New York Knicks fans was that the Mecca became the Mecca again. You know, it kind of felt shallow when we would refer to the Garden as the Mecca when they were going 17-65 with the Earl Barons of the world. But Ian, you were there, you know, and yeah, sure, it's one thing to take a look at Taylor Swift or, you know, see all the celebrities, but how do you put into perspective, how do you find the words to describe what the Garden was like, especially in those two epic comebacks, Game 1 against the Cavs, and then the comeback in Game 4 against the Spurs?
So the thing that stood out to me is those crowds did not wait for it to get cut to 10 to get crazy. They saw a Landry Shamet 3 cut it to 19, and they were into it, and they were on their feet in that Game 1 against Cleveland. And it was the same thing the other comeback. And this crowd, so thirsty, so hungry for a winner. Ben Stiller had been there
Get ready for that documentary,
excited for the doc.
Getting ready.
You know, Ben Stiller, actually, he had a couple projects that were scheduled to film during the finals, and he said, I put my foot down. I pushed them all off. He said people were mad at me about it, but I had to be there for the
Proud of him for that after the Met Gala, you know?
But by the way,
sorry, Ben, I get it.
He did say that was a commitment that he could not wiggle out of. He tried. But anyway.
Wife put her foot down for that one.
So the idea that this crowd, they didn't need to be convinced that the team had a shot down double digits when things looked so dire. It was 1-3, it was 1 steal, and the crowd was on their feet getting right back into it. That, to me, is something I'm going to remember for a long time.
So you see what a lot of these Madison Square Garden crowds, especially come playoff time, hey, it's playing to the bougie, it's playing to the Chalamets, it's playing to the Taylor Swifts, it's playing to the celebrity fan. The fact that the celebrity fans were as into it as the people that you saw sitting in the 200 level and the 400 level speaks volumes about the atmosphere. You had people going nuts after that Game 4 scene, Eamon. They're basically running on the floor like they won the NBA championship. For
Hargitay's jumping in on interviews after it's over. But I think the impressive thing about the Knicks fans, and yeah, we can have fun with Taylor Swift being a Cavs fan in May and then a Knicks fan in June. I get that.
Stevie Nicks, come on now.
The Timothy Chamalets grew up in Hell's Kitchen. Ben Stiller grew up on the Upper West Side and remembers the 70 and 73 team. Matthew Modine and Kevin Bacon been going there for years. Obviously, Spike, how can I forget him? But not only have they been fans for years, JJ, they're at that Wizards game in February.
Yep. They're at the Wizards game in February, and Stiller's a perfect example. You'll see him tweeting on like a Tuesday night. The Knicks are playing.
He gets into it with Knicks Twitter.
And he's like tweeting synopsis of the first half. It's like, hold on a second. You're Ben Stiller and you're tweeting out Knicks Charlotte? Shows you care.
No doubt. Now the whole city cares. And, JJ, I'll go back to you on this one because you know the New York fan as well as anybody with your podcast and your appearances here on Sports Night. This franchise had a reputation and an image that was not one of championship. How full does the bandwagon get, and how cool is it now, to use the lack of a better term, to be a Knicks fan?
Oh, listen, the bandwagon. If you're not on now, what are you waiting for?
You're on the West Side Highway trying to see the parade.
My goodness, I asked, do you even like basketball if that's the case? No, I mentioned the idea of the Knicks being this unifying force within the city. You've seen this sort of culmination to where we're at right now over the last couple of years where this Knicks team has been so likable. They've played in so many playoff games. You've kind of witnessed this sort of progression over the last few years. The city absolutely loves and adores this team. That is not going to change. And what's going to be an interesting social experiment that you're going to monitor as you cover the team and you do your work on the putback and I'm doing shows and you're doing shows. Nobody's going to want any of these guys to leave. This is going to be such a beloved team. The thought process is going to be we have to keep this together as long as we possibly can because they did the unthinkable. We love these guys. They're a part of the fabric. They're a part of New York City. I don't want to see anybody else in Madison Square Garden. We know eventually that day will come, but for the time being, and thankfully for their starting five, they're in pretty good shape as far as their salaries are concerned. I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. The city will be here. They love the Knicks. They love these guys. It will be just as crazy next year when they get into the postseason and even win a title because I just think the city has Knick fever, and I don't think that goes away. Maybe a little entitlement, but you want more. Everybody wants more. Greed is good. We all watched Wall Street. But the fan base, Ian, is not going to want any of these guys to go.
No, and to your point about wanting more, I mean, Mikal Bridges, when he was on Instagram Live kind of riffing for 20 minutes, which was amazing, amazing. He said, and he's right, Jalen Brunson is thinking about number 2 right now. He's thinking about getting back in the gym, getting ready, and getting to the top of the mountain again. So there's that. And I'll just hit quickly on the players. All the fans wanting all these guys to come back. James Dolan made a comment on the Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle show yesterday about not going into the second apron, and that caused a lot of agita among the serious Knicks fan because they know you're not re-signing Mitchell Robinson without going into that second apron. You're probably not even re-signing Landry Shamet without going into that second apron. What I think he meant, I think he was referring to that repeater tax, where if you're in that second apron 3 out of 5 years, you start to get hammered with the tax percentages. I don't think he was referring to this offseason. I don't want to guess or put words in his mouth, but my assumption, just based on how the Knicks have been thinking about this offseason, is they are going to get into that second apron and bring some of those guys back.
Once again, JJ wins a friendly wager. We had an over-under on when the term second apron would be mentioned on the show. He said before 11:30. I said after 11:30. JJ gets the W.
Strong.
But, you go back to the love affair with this team. You compare it to the 70-73 team. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ian. That whole entire starting five has their number retired at the Garden. Yes. And, it's going to be hard to believe that any of these starting five, if they stay here long enough, will not be treated that way as well. It's been an unbelievable morning. It's just getting started. Millions of New Yorkers are in the Canyon of Heroes looking at their Knicks get a parade to City Hall, including our Chelsea Sherrod. Let's check in with Chelsea.
Go ahead.
What's your name?
Justin.
Justin. What was it like, the parade? How do you feel after it?
It's amazing. I'm a little sleep deprived, but I feel like I'm dreaming and it's reality, so it's crazy.
What was it like? What were your emotions like when they won the championship?
I cried. I teared. I was right next to my friends. And, I mean, we love the Knicks. We named my son my firstborn after Jalen Brunson. So go Knicks.
That's so good. What are you getting into after this? Are you guys going to go deeper into the city?
We're going to go celebrate, get some food first, and then we're getting lit. Let's go Knicks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, did I say I was jealous about a Villanova hat? I think I'm jealous about something else right
credit,
now.
though. He's learned a lesson that I should have learned a long, long time ago. He's getting food first. Give him credit for that.
It's still before noon, JJ. I don't know about that lesson, but you know, JJ, as we mentioned, they're going to City Hall. You mentioned you told me you made it to the parade for the Yankees in 2009. Who's the one person you're looking forward to hearing from today?
Wow, that is a loaded question. I haven't thought about that. I would say two people. Jalen Brunson, captain of the team. It's his stage. It's his audience, his pulpit. But I want to hear from Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing never won one of these. He gets to ride down to Canyon of Heroes. I really hope when we're watching the City Hall coverage, Patrick can at least have a moment or two. I can give you a couple of the other guys. Like, you know how these parades work. It's usually the 11th or the 12th man who goes and becomes the viral sensation. So, like, remember Mark Madsen with those Laker parades?
Dance, yep.
He's dancing like crazy. Dance moves that we do not want to see on television. Maybe Jeremy Sohan is going to be the guy. I don't think see him shirtless already. He's flexing.
He hasn't put a shirt on, I think, since the end of Game 5. I haven't seen him with a shirt on. So, yeah, I think the interesting one to me is going to be like one of those guys that was maybe maligned over the last couple of years, but came back and really delivered, like a Karl Towns or a Mikal Bridges. I'm curious to see, you know, their demeanor. And I'm sure they're going to deliver some great lines that the fans are going to react to once you get to City Hall. I want to hear from Leon Rose. I don't know if we will. He talked, obviously, on the podium after they won it, but he doesn't talk a lot. You know, I'll catch him behind in the bowels of Madison Square Garden, these arenas, check in with them, how you doing, this and that. But he doesn't seek that spotlight. I would love to hear what he has to say in front of this crowd if he does take the mic.
I'm looking forward to the Bridges podium because we know the chant that is going to follow.
Yes.
And I think that'll be worth the price.
It probably won't be bleep, but you know, it's interesting you mentioned about Leon Rose because he made so many monumental moves. And there was no interview. There was no explanation, especially firing Tom Thibodeau. No meet the press. And in New York, that's unheard of. And now, whether you complained about it or not in the media, the fans didn't want to hear about it then, and they certainly don't want to hear about it now. Leon Rose can go silent for the rest of his career with the Knicks because he delivered the championship for the first time in 53 years. We are checking in with fans throughout the parade. Let's check in one more time with our Chelsea Sherrod.
Can you tell us your name?
Gabriel.
Gabriel, nice. What did you think of the parade?
I think it was very good. I caught 3 T-shirts.
3? Wow, good for you. Can you tell us about this chain? Where'd you get this chain from?
Madison Square Garden.
Oh, awesome. So you were at one of the games?
Go Knicks!
My friend got it. I mean, I got it when I was at one of the games.
Oh, so awesome. Who are you most excited to see in the parade?
Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson, yeah. Were you screaming his name when he drove by?
Yes.
Yes, awesome. Can you give us a Let's Go Knicks?
Let's go Knicks!
All right. Oh, did you get your hat signed? Who signed it?
Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson?
Yeah.
Nice. What did you think of his big truck?
It was very cool.
Nice. All right, Gabriel, thank you so much.
Bye.
Hearing him have to pause to figure out whose autograph he got reminded me of when my mom came home with an autograph when I was a very young kid. She said, I saw a tall gentleman, so I figured he was famous, and it was Spencer Haywood. So that's how far I go back.
Not quite Baby Ruth, though.
No, but that's
good job, Mom.
Good job, Mom is right. But Spencer Haywood, Toby Knight, that's when I started being a Knick fan, and what a moment for the city. And we see Rick Brunson there with the trophy. Obviously well documented now that he was a member of the '99 team, how Jalen grew up around Sprewell and Allen Houston in the locker room. Ian, how much do you think that connection made it important for Jalen Brunson to go to the Knicks from the Mavericks and have that motivation?
Yeah, it was his dad, and it was also Leon Rose, who was his agent coming out of college. Sam Rose, his current agent, Leon Rose, his son. I mean, there's so many connective tissues there between the Brunsons and the Roses and the Knicks before he even came. So I do think that was a big piece of it. I think the $104 million offer also played a role, maybe a little bit. But no,
he had 104 million reasons to be motivated is what you're saying.
The synergy, and, you know, just to speak quickly about Rick Brunson, you know, we all saw the videos of him working Jalen out as a kid, pushing and pushing and pushing him. That obviously continued throughout his career. But even in the NBA, there were several times over the course of the season where he would pull his son aside at halftime and say, hey, this is not happening, this is not happening, this needs to happen. And then you would see Jalen Brunson respond in a big way in that second half. And so the coaching continued. And I think that, you know, there's no way to quantify it, but I think there's a comfort level, Jalen Brunson, knowing his dad's there, who is the ultimate personal trainer and knows his game better than anyone else. So there's no doubt that those conversations in games, out of games, impacted what you saw on the floor.
So who could have, in their wildest dreams, imagined in 1999 when the Knicks are going through that miracle run of the NBA Finals as an 8th seed and the lockout short in the year, that like their 11th man off the bench would have a son that would go down as a Mount Rushmore all-time New York Knick? It is a crazy storyline to think about. And what are Dallas Mavericks fans thinking right about now? It's bad enough that they had to live through last year in the Luka trade. This one should be talked about just as much. Hey, Dallas had Jalen Brunson. He was a part of their team. They could have gone and paid him more money. Now, I get it. Jalen Brunson may have prioritized the Knicks. Maybe he wanted to be the man.
No, he was going to resign there.
Well, that's what I mean.
They never brought the offer.
They didn't give more money. They could have done it. They had his bird rights. They didn't do it. What could have been? Instead, he's the king of New York.
You know, moments ago, I asked you who you guys want to hear from when we get to City Hall, and you mentioned some of, you know, the maligned players as we see the bench, Jordan Clarkson and Landry Shamet. What a role Landry Shamet played in this title run. We'll get to that in a moment. But, you know, how do you describe the roller coaster ride in New York it's been so far, now all the way up for Karl Anthony Towns, and what this postseason meant to his legacy?
I mean, you can't overstate it, right? Because, you know, people will look at, maybe you look at the box scores in the finals, but I think that's the wrong way to analyze what he did, because he was all over Victor Wembanyama, and he made life tough for Victor Wembanyama. Every possession, hugging on. It was almost like a prize fight where you hug on your opponent. He wore him down, and you saw in those fourth quarters, Wembanyama in all those games ran out of gas, but certainly much maligned. You know, earlier in the season, before the year even started, he was talking about, I don't know how I fit in this offense. I don't know what it's going to look like. And that was real. Like, he and Mike Brown had to figure things out over the course of the season, and it wasn't one thing. It was many different things where they kind of came together, and Karl would say, I'm uncomfortable with XYZ. Mike Brown would adjust. And so for them to get to where they are now is remarkable, and it speaks to Mike Brown's ability to not only connect with players on a human level, but also take information in and be willing to adapt on the fly, and that's not something you see that often in the NBA.
I'm so glad you brought up Karl Anthony Towns' defense, because even last year when the Knicks were going through their run to the Eastern Conference Finals, when they lost that 6-game series to the Indiana Pacers, I think one of the big questions that I had and a whole lot of folks had, it's like the Knicks are a really good team. They're going to win their 50-something games in the regular season. But can you win a championship with the defensive shortcomings of Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns? And I think the defense of Karl Anthony Towns this postseason run was absolutely outstanding. Now, he's never going to remind you of Bill Russell defensively, okay? But the effort was there. It wasn't a monstrous liability. It didn't feel like Karl Anthony Towns was constantly out of position and getting exposed in the pick and roll the way he was in the Indiana series, where Tyrese Halliburton and Rick Carlisle went to town in attacking and isolating Cat. whether it was on Wemby, whether it was in the series against Philly against Embiid, the Cleveland series where they have a couple of bigs. There was never a point, Beggs, when I was watching these playoff games where I'm like, wow, Cat's defense is really hurting the team. In fact, there were times I'm saying, holy smokes, it's helping the team. And then you throw in the fact he is a tremendous, tremendous rebounder. And those second and third opportunities the Knicks got were super crucial in a whole lot of possessions. So little things that we didn't know maybe Karl Anthony Towns had as a part of his arsenal showed up throughout this run.
Without a doubt, and it brings two things to mind. One is the Knicks made a shift defensively in their philosophy. I think it was late January, because they were funneling the ball to the middle of the floor. Before that, the defensive numbers were awful. But they changed that. They forced the ball to the sideline. I think that helped Karl Anthony Towns be more effective as a defender. They also simplified things on the perimeter to a point where you knew where your help was coming from based on where you were on the floor, based on the situation. And the defense really took off after that, and it stayed at a pretty high level. But I think it made things easier for a bunch of those guys, maybe Brunson as well. And the other thing real quick is when they brought Karl Towns in, somebody from the Knicks was saying, hey, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, they won a title with those guys, so we see it similarly. And then here you are a couple years later, they win the title with those, mediocre, subpar defenders. You still get through.
Yeah, you mentioned that defensive switch. That feels like 10 years ago. It was a huge topic of conversation about this franchise and team in the winter. And Cat's rebounding ability, double-doubles to set the tone in the first two games down in San Antonio of the NBA Finals. At that point, it looked like he was going to be Finals MVP. But, Ian, in that discussion, I think you mentioned Mike Brown and adjustments about 3 different times. Let's go back to the summer or the fall training camp. He took over for Tom Thibodeau, who was incredibly successful here. Obviously, a controversial move by the Knicks. You know better than I do who in that locker room wanted Tibbs out, who didn't, who was ready for a change. But how do you describe, Ian, the difficulty for Mike Brown taking over a team that had been together for so long and had accomplished so much and was such a sort of product of Tibbs's mentality to then get involved and sort of make it his team?
That bar was so high. Not only do you have to make it your team, but you have to make the NBA Finals, because that's where the bar was set. And it's just an incredibly stressful job to take on. And Mike Brown said early on, he said, look, I get paid a lot of money to deal with this stress, to deal with maybe an owner like James Dolan being furious after a loss, to deal with the fan base being, in my ear. He said, this is why I get paid the big bucks. So I think he had the temperament. He knew what he was getting into, and he had the right temperament to deal with these roller coasters over the course of the year. But he came in with one offense in mind, and the offense that they ended up with was totally different. And so he adapted to these players. Players also had to adapt to him. Early on in the year, he was practicing these guys in a way that probably made Tom Thibodeau look like a lightweight, and players, weren't thrilled about it. At one point, one of the players went into Mike Brown's, I don't know if it was office, but he pulled him aside. He said, look, we can't do this anymore. It's got to be lighter. And Mike Brown adjusted. He lightened up the practices as they went along. So there's a give and take there, but I don't know if many NBA head coaches, who obviously have to be super successful, super confident to reach that level, I don't know if many of them are secure enough to do what Mike Brown did over the course of the year, which was ultimately pivotal to get them to where they are now.
Think about the Mike Brown evolution. He's coaching LeBron James in the late 2000s, going to the NBA Finals where they get smoked by the San Antonio Spurs. That team misses their window. LeBron goes to Miami, Mike Brown out. Then Mike Brown is bouncing around. He coached the Lakers. He goes back to the Cavs. He spent time on Steve Kerr's bench in Golden State when they won a championship. He filled in when Steve Kerr was sick. Then goes to Sacramento. And now you look at the state of the Sacramento Kings, who have taken the place of the Knicks, like when the Knicks were in the abyss. Now Sacramento is that team. They're an absolute hot mess. They're number 3 seed, 2 seed. They're going, and he's getting a Coach of the Year award. So all of those experiences put him in a position for coming in to meet these expectations. Because I said it the minute the Knicks hired Mike Brown. I said, Mike, this is incredibly unfair, but here's the reality. You need to get to the NBA Finals, or your first year is a colossal failure because of what the team did the year prior.
And the state of the East. No Jason Tatum, no Halliburton.
Halliburton, there for the taking. He didn't run away from that. He was very zen about the way he handled it, and he was great with you guys. I think that's obvious. He's very charismatic. He gives good pressers, and his team obviously related to him because he made adjustments. He didn't lose guys like Cat. He didn't lose Mikal Bridges when things were going south for him. He knew what buttons to push, sticking with Alvarado in the fourth quarter of that Game 4, riding Landry Shamet when, hey, Landry Shamet's hitting a bunch of threes, but he's going to go and close the game out for us. It was a sort of magic touch that he had with this team. So I think it's fair to say he met the expectations and then some.
You know, about, I don't know, 95 minutes ago, we made the comparison, Buck Showalter, Joe Torre, Tom Thibodeau, Mike Brown, and obviously it applies. And just like Joe Torre now, we're talking about a coach whose legacy has completely changed. JJ, you mentioned the Kings. You get fired by the Kings in 24, you probably don't think you're getting that call again. And as Ian pointed out, he was not the first choice, but he gets the job. And not only is he successful, he delivers the first championship in 53 years. You look at the history of the New York Knicks, 2 men have led them to a championship. That's it. Red Holtzman and Mike Brown. He's won Coach of the Year. He now, you could argue, JJ, is going to be a Hall of Famer because he delivered a championship.
I think he will be. I mean, you go to the NBA Finals in Cleveland, right? Then you go win Coach of the Year, and you end a 53-year title drought. Oh, by the way, Ian Begley, Knicks are not done. I think he can get to the Hall of Fame. It's crazy because I would not have suggested Mike Brown. In fact, Freezing Cold Takes was all over this because I wanted Tom Thibodeau to stay.
So did I.
You were doing the reporting, and many others were doing the reporting because you heard the names, right? Like Kidd, who had gone in the NBA
Kidd
Finals.
was at the tippy top.
That was the guy they wanted.
For a lot of people. Ultimately not Leon Rose, which was interesting, but a lot of people around Leon Rose's level, that was the guy.
But they liked Udoka. They liked Billy Donovan. They liked Chris Finch. And it's like, oh, they're ending up with Mike Brown. Right. This reeks of a retread. This is not, I think I deemed it wasn't inspiring. I didn't find it to be inspiring. I couldn't have been more wrong because sometimes it's the right place, the right time, the right coach, the right time. Enough said.
And again, another comparison to the Joe Torre hire because we're sitting here on the shows reacting to it, and I'm like, if you're making this move, you have a guy that you're going to go get. You know, a lot of us, and they did not. You know, we're thinking, well, maybe it's got to be Jay Wright, right? You can't make this move.
Dan Hurley.
Dan Hurley, right? You have to know who you're going to get. They did not. Joe Torre was not the first choice back in 1996. Mike Brown, you know, was not the first name everyone thought of, you know, when they fired Tibbs, but he's the one who delivered, and he gets to get the parade, and he gets to stay here for a long time. Well, let's not put the cart before the horse. We think it'll be a long time, but, you know, Mike Brown got everyone to buy in. Tibbs got everyone to buy in. We were talking about all the acquisitions. And when I was sitting here watching the Knicks over the years, to me, you know, X Factor's a stretch because he's an amazing player. But I always thought it was OG who had to emerge. I thought he was the most talented guy that could do so many different things, and he would always get to sort of avoid the wrath of the New York fans when he had one of those disappear games. Yeah. Ian, how did he check all the boxes? We'll all talk about the tip forever, but he also had 33 in that game.
The shooting is unbelievable. You know, I was talking to Tom Crean after Game 5 briefly, and he said, you know, OG Anunoby as a shooter, where he's gotten now, just remarkable. He talked about the idea that OG Anunoby studies the great shooters, like in detail, and that's what helped him develop his shot, which if you watch him shoot, it's so repeatable. Every time, he's rarely off balance. It looks the same every time. And you saw the way he shot in the playoffs. It was out of control, and he knew that he had this in him because you go back to Toronto, there were so many rumblings about he wants a bigger offensive role. He thinks he should get the ball more. He wasn't going to get that in New York initially, but ultimately he turned into the number 2.5 some nights when he was shooting the ball well and Towns wasn't getting the ball. And so this is the OG Anunoby that Leon Rose was looking for when he made the trade. You didn't get it initially, you didn't get it right away in terms of an offensive output, but he was fantastic offensively. We're not even talking about the defense. Offensively over the course of this postseason, filling in gaps on some nights where you didn't think he was the guy to come in and fill a gap.
So when the Knicks acquired OG Anunoby, you knew you were getting a very solid two-way player. But I think the organization looked at him and they saw some sort of untapped potential. You saw glimpses over his first couple of years with the Knicks. He had a monstrous game before he got hurt against the Indiana Pacers in the postseason. He had a great series against Philadelphia where it's like, holy smokes, you could put him on Tyrese Maxey, you could put him on Joel Embiid, and he can go and guard 5 positions. But he was unlocked throughout this entire season, and especially in this postseason run, where he became a monstrous offensive contributor, to the point where it's like, hey, you got to make sure you get OG Anunoby touches. You can't lose OG Anunoby, because he may not go and take a ton of shots, but he can go and get you 20 to 25 points on a given day and hit 4 or 5 threes. And I think he's a player that still has barely, in many ways, scratched the surface of what he can be. Like, he has all NBA type potential if he can go and realize it over the next few years. And here's another bet the Knicks made. This is a guy that had injury concerns. A whole lot of injury concerns before he came to the team. For the most part, a whole lot of durability.
Injury concerns this postseason. One of the advantages of being a dominant team and not going 5, 6, 7 games in those early series was that they were able to rest him when he had that hamstring injury. And, you know, you talk about his dedication to the craft of shooting, stories about working out with Dirk Nowitzki and really honing that craft. And you don't really hear about that from a guy who's entrenched in the NBA and entrenched financially. And we're discussing all these Leon Rose moves. Ian, it's one thing to make the trade for OG. What forced them, or what made them decide he was worth the financial commitment by signing him long-term and keeping him away from teams such as the Sixers?
Yeah, it's interesting because once you make that trade, you think you're married to him, and you think it's just a paperwork issue to get him back here. But Philadelphia, other teams were hard after him that summer, and there was a brief period of time where the people with the Knicks thought it was touch and go. Thought, we're going to lose this guy, this is crazy. And it took an in-person, I was told, in-person visit from Leon Rose to Anunoby in the group to really solidify things. I'm sure they made some changes to the contract as well, but it took that kind of a touch from Leon Rose to get the thing over the finish line. And that's just one of those things where it's going to be a small detail in the bigger story, but it mattered so much in that moment, because if you lose him to Philadelphia, of all places, it's a disaster.
Totally different team.
It's a disaster.
Totally different team.
And I want to also say, Karl Anthony Towns, I want to give him credit here for OG Anunoby's offensive renaissance and his offensive development and leveling up, because it doesn't happen without Karl Towns being comfortable taking 9, 10 shots and deferring in a way to Anunoby or somebody else who's getting the ball more. And Towns was comfortable with that and confident enough in himself to make that sacrifice.
So we spent a lot of time talking about OG Anunoby and the offensive contributions he had, the tip in, the three-point shot. I mean, his points per game throughout this postseason were fantastic. He's the engine that drives this defense because of his ability to go and guard multiple positions. He can guard big guys. He can guard the guards. He can go and switch a bunch of stuff. It takes a lot of the pressure off of guys like Cat and Brunson, having elite level wing defenders. When there are so many good wing players throughout the league, you can go into a series and sit there and say to yourself, we got OG. We are going to be able to figure some things out because we have OG and we have Mikal Bridges who are going to go and anchor our defense. And that's the way they built this team. It's like, hey, we have our engine offensively. It's going to be Brunson. It's going to be Cat. And then we're going to have these two dynamic wings that are going to transform things around the perimeter.
Well, before Baseball Night in New York airs tonight at 6 o'clock, I want to ask Ian about what view he had of the tip-in and what that meant. But we want to thank you for selecting to watch our special coverage of the Putback, the Knicks Championship Parade. Eamon McEnany, Ian Begley, John Jastrzemski, Nicky Lattarulo, and Chelsea Sherrod are out in Lower Manhattan on Broadway catching up with fans and luminaries. Let's check in once again with Chelsea Sherrod.
Mr. Robinson right here.
Did he sign that outside of his truck?
Yes, he did.
Awesome. Is he one of your favorite players?
Definitely.
Who else do you like on the team?
I like Deuce McBride. I like Jalen Brunson. I like OG Anunoby. I like Jose Alvarado. I mean, I love everyone, but those are my favorites.
What did you think of the parade? How cool was that?
It was amazing. Yeah.
What were your thoughts when they won the championship?
I got to admit, I cried a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, were you with your parents?
Yeah.
Were they crying too?
They were pretty happy. I don't know about crying, but they were pretty happy, you know. And Ewing, I'm very happy for him. He got a ring as a team ambassador, so I feel like, you know, he got that after. He deserves that.
How old are you?
11.
11. So you've been a Knicks fan all your life, I assume, because of your parents?
Yeah, definitely.
Are you happy that you're a Knicks fan after they won the championship?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye.
What a cute kid. He had to wait till he was 11 to see a championship.
Long-suffering Knick fan. You know what, Eamon?
Hey, good
life choice.
Yeah, great life choice. And, look, that we could talk about how does it feel to be a Brooklyn Nets fan now. Might as well move the franchise, but that's a discussion for another day because you can't compete with this. What a moment we are seeing here in Lower Manhattan. As we mentioned, millions and millions of fans are expected. 10,000 police officers keeping everyone in check and civilized, and it looks like an amazing time. We're taking you right up to the speeches at City Hall. And, Ian, I teased it, so why don't we ask you? We're talking about OG. It's the everlasting moment. It's going to be the signature moment of this playoff run. What angle did you have of the tip-in, and what are your memories of it?
Yeah, we sit second level, kind of diagonal behind the basket, between the basket and the Knick bench. And I'll just remember the crowd. I mean, the crowd was insane when he tips that ball. And obviously, it's one of those things where the shot misses, everybody's exasperated, and then that miracle happens. And it's fascinating to hear the crowd, the love, and then the explosion, and then his reaction. He, like OG, he was kind of nonplussed. He was excited, happy, but as he said afterward, there was still time on the clock. So his teammates were going crazy, the crowd was going crazy, but he was locked in basically on that next possession, and it just speaks to the mentality that he has that's taken him this far. But it's just the crowd just exploded.
So you see that screen right there? I was right there. You were on set right there. And the wave of emotion of those final 2 minutes, despite the insane comeback that you witnessed, the Josh Hart, I should have laid it in, I should have dunked it, he's in between. Then Hart goes and has the foul because he doesn't box out. You're thinking Josh Hart, this beloved Knick, is going to end up wearing goat horns in Game 4 in a game that is potentially going to go and transform the series. That all goes out the window with the OG Anunoby tip-in, and it should not get lost. The Karl Anthony Towns deflection and getting in, the grill of the inbounder there to make sure, hey, it wasn't going to be a clean look for the Spurs. Being in that building, when was the moment for you, they're going to win this game? Because there are a couple, like the Alvarado shot was one for me, and then I think there was a three that cut it to four. I'm forgetting if it was Brunson or OG. I think it was Brunson, if I'm not mistaken. Watching it, was there one singular moment where you said, all right, they're going to have the greatest comeback in finals history?
I thought it was possible once. I think Brunson had like 3 buckets in a row and got to the basket each time and seemed to be getting into a little bit of a rhythm. And once he starts going, you think, all right, well, there's a chance at the very least because of the history there. And then Alvarado shot. It was kind of later in the comeback, but he's a fine three-point shooter, but he's not a great three-point shooter. So for him to knock that shot down in that moment, just to be on the floor in that moment and to perform the way he did, I thought, maybe they're going to get there.
What a special moment for the Brooklyn native. JJ, I remember watching that game. You're like, when do you believe? I'm like, let's see him get it to 15 before the fourth quarter.
I said the
and
same
if I remember,
thing,
that's
actually.
exactly what it was. Yep. But, we referenced the play defensively. Cat made on the inbounds. Castle probably gets a layup if he doesn't deflect that. But even after that game, Cat knew the play of the game was OG Anunoby's tip-in.
I mean, the right hand of God. Right hand of God. And can't spell God without OG. I think in New York moments, I mean, it's high up on the list of New York moments. I think of it's almost like I think of Derek Jeter hitting the home run to right field. I think of stuff like that. It just scrapes the wall, gets over. I think of a lot of moments. I think of like Plaxico Burress catching the ball. I think of David Tyree catching the ball again for Eli Manning. There's a lot of it's going to be up there with some of the greatest moments in New York sports history.
I appreciate the history lesson, Kat, but come on, David Tyree third? No. Like, it's the David Tyree catch and the OG Anunoby tip-in. Like, these are all-time New York sports plays, because in that Super Bowl, it's the idea of taking on an undefeated Patriot team, and it looks like Tom Brady and Randy Moss are going to get there. It looks like this great effort by the Giant defense is going to be all for naught. We know what happens, but the Anunoby play, it's like, forget about New York sports. It's an all-time NBA Finals player.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'll throw in the Jim Leyritz home run against the Braves just because I don't think they obviously win that series and end that title drought without that home run. Obviously, Derek Jeter has hit multiple home runs. But, Ian, you know, Cat obviously is a New Jersey native, and you're around him a lot, so you know how reflective he is as a person. I think the fans really got to see that during the playoff run. And he's talked about what this meant and growing up in the area, what it meant to him, but also bringing hope to the Knicks fan base. That meant a lot to him.
It did. It really did. And, you know, you started to see how much it meant to him right away. I mean, obviously, local guy, and he would talk about the fan base. He would talk about how he rooted for the Knicks. He would talk about how these teams were not great, and he was there, you know, through thick and thin. And so this mattered to him. And I think that for him and his father in particular, who was there for almost every game, this was a special thing. And he also referenced his late mother a lot in the postseason and was very open about how that it impacted him and how he felt in some moments that his mom was maybe there for him. And I think that helped a lot of people who maybe weren't as skilled at dealing with grief as Towns was, being so open about it. So, back to the point, just local kid. I remember the first game in the Garden where he played with the Timberwolves. He had this throwback Mickey Mantle Yankees jersey. So he's as New York sports as it gets. And so for him to deliver for these locals, yes, certainly.
He's a very reflective, emotional guy. I think it's very obvious when you watch his pressers. And I do have to wonder this season in particular. He was thrown in so many trade rumors when it comes to Giannis.
Yep.
And you hit on the fact that he's a New York guy, New Jersey guy. He probably dreamed his entire life of being a New York Knick. He finally gets traded to the Knicks and is an all-star in his first season. So you do have to wonder throughout the regular season this second year, until you hit the trade deadline, you know, I'm this New York guy, it's this great homecoming, and now every day I got to wake up, I'm getting traded for Giannis, I'm out of here, this dream is going to come to an end. And it's like, in a way, that burden of the trade deadline coming and going relaxed Karl Anthony Towns. So it's like, hey, I'm going to be here. I'm a part of this team. Let's go.
Yep, absolutely.
Ian, you referenced his mom passing away during COVID back in 2020. And it really was interesting from a pure basketball standpoint to see how polarizing a figure he was with the fans. I mean, you interact with the fans on the Putback and social media. He was a lightning rod until they won this championship.
Sure. He and Bridges were the lightning rods. And you bring up the trade rumors with Giannis. I don't know if you guys remember. They were in Milwaukee early in the season.
Absolutely.
And he did not play well. And Giannis had a monster game. And, you know, just talking to people around the league in the aftermath of that game, there was a reason for that. Giannis wanted to show the Knicks, hey, you didn't want to trade for me over the summer. Look what you're missing out on. And I do think Towns was impacted by all those rumors earlier in the season. I'm not an advanced stats guy, but I wonder what the numbers look like pre-trade deadline, post-trade deadline. He started to, it seemed to me, be more at ease after the deadline when he knew he wasn't going anywhere, at least for the next few months.
Well, yes, the intern who's getting you a cup of coffee to look up those stats before we
Nice. Hey, listen, the second coffee, the third coffee, the fourth coffee might be needed. Getting up 5, 6 in the morning. And listen, Karl Anthony Towns now, when he's at those Yankee games, you know, like that mixed reaction that he might have gotten, he doesn't have to worry about that now. It is going to be love and happiness and all sorts of joy because, hey, you're a New York fixture. This entire team, I didn't get to live through the Clyde, Willis, Earl the Pearl, Dave DeBusschere New York Knicks. The fact that Clyde Frazier, and you're around Clyde, you see him doing the broadcast when you're at the Garden and whatnot. The fact that Clyde would mention this team in the same sentence as those teams kind of speaks volumes.
Yeah, you heard Mike Breen talk about that this week, that Clyde would never bring up his teams, you know, in reference to the teams he was calling, because obviously it wasn't worthy. But
a little bit of a gap.
Well, obviously, a little bit of a gap. Man, poor Earl Barron's taking a beating. But, yeah, certainly. But now this team he believed in, and he started to make those references and comparisons. And again, the people that you talk to that fell in love with those teams in the 70s, it was the way they played and shared the ball. You know, you always hear them talk about it was the past that led to the past that led to the past. And that was sort of this team, you know, in the way they sacrificed.
Yeah.
And the way it was a sort of, obviously Brunson was #1 guy, but there was a different hero, it seemed, along the way in a lot of games. We are taking you right up. They weren't lying when they said they wouldn't get to City Hall before noon. As we see Spike Lee there, we're still waiting. The fans are dancing and celebrating. Our Chelsea charade catching up with so many Knicks fans. Let's see what Chelsea's up to now.
How excited are you for the parade?
I am super excited. This is a long time coming, and it's a thrill to be here. This is like a once in a lifetime deal. The New York Knicks' first ever ticker tape parade, because back in '73 there was no such thing. So 53 years in the making, and the franchise deserved this. These fans here deserve this. What a day to be a Knicks fan. The whole city, we are all Knicks fans today.
Love that. What was your reaction when they won the championship? When the buzzer sounded, what was your reaction?
I'll be honest with you. I broke down and cried. I was overcome with emotion because, like I said, this is a once in a lifetime thing. Hey, the mascot is here. Yes, yes. And we are proud fans all day, every day. We are proud fans here. We are proud fans for this great franchise, the greatest franchise in the world, and I am proud to be a New York Knicks fan.
Does it still feel surreal that this is happening? Like, are you still kind of in shock? Has it settled in?
Oh yes, I'm shocked. I'm stunned beyond disbelief. I can't believe this is happening. Pinch me. I think I'm still dreaming. Am I dreaming? No, I guess not. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Who are you most excited to see on the floats? Current players, former players? Or?
Everybody in the entire team. It's a team effort. All the players are my favorite. They're all my favorites because they brought the Larry O'Brien NBA championship trophy back to New York City, back to where it belongs. And let's run it back.
I know you're a Mets fan. Do you have a message to the Mets that, you know, this could be you guys, like, soon, hopefully?
Take notes. Mets, the entire Mets organization, take notes, because one day we want to be back for a Mets ticker tape parade.
All right, thank you, Alec.
You're very welcome. Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!
Parades for everyone. It has been interesting hearing the other teams discuss what this run means and how inspiring it's been to them. We've heard the Jets and Aaron Glenn, Aaron Boone talk about him, certainly Carlos Mendoza, but so many fans saying it's a dream. Has it really happened? Because so many people had kind of resigned to the fact that the Knicks were never going to be a championship franchise, and for better or worse, a lot of that went down to because of the owner, James Dolan. But he got out of the way. He hired Leon Rose, and he steered out of the way. And, you know, Ian, when he gets up there and accepts that key to the city, what's this moment in championship mean to him?
He's talked about it a lot, how everybody hates the owner until you win, and so that's the easiest person to hate. But there was reasons. You saw the record. There was things on the court, off the court that were dysfunctional. So there were reasons for him to take a ton of criticism. But as you said, getting out of the way, hiring the right people. But I saw that there was a report narrative about people with the Knicks being relieved that he was very involved with the Sphere, that let them kind of do their thing. I don't know, there was a team source cited. That person doesn't know what's going on, because I know he was there. Yeah, he was involved with the Sphere, but also he was there almost every night, and he was involved to the point where there was a tradition post-game. It was, how long are we going to have to wait for the head coach to come do his post-game interview? And that was because James Dolan would go in the coach's office, talk to the coaches, talk to Tom Thibodeau about what went right, what went wrong, and you knew after a bad loss it was going to be a longer conversation, so you get comfortable in that media post-game room. But he was there. I mean, his son is a high position on this team in terms of the performance staff, and so there was no, like, hands off. He was in it, and you know, I think that to suggest that with him being away it made it easier, it's just not accurate, because he was there.
I love the fact that James Dolan over the last couple weeks, and he did so when he was on stage after the Knicks got the Larry O'Brien trophy, admitted he made mistakes. Like, I really appreciated that sort of candid nature from a Knick owner that was vilified for a long period of time and now is going to be celebrated just like everybody else is going to be celebrated. And it's the great redemption stories. You know, people forget about this because George Steinbrenner ended up being this larger-than-life figure. When George Steinbrenner was banned from baseball, you know, Yankee Stadium was celebrating like they won a World Series. It was unbelievable. They were so thrilled that George was going to be out of the way and he wasn't going to be meddling and he wasn't going to be getting in the way of what was going on with the Yankees. Knicks fans would have had a similar celebration in 2018, 2019 if James Dolan all of a sudden was getting a ban from Adam Silver or David Stern or whoever the commissioner was at any point in his tenure. So he hired the right people. And what makes this championship so great, I have to throw this in there, we haven't mentioned it in 2 hours. I love the fact that the Knicks built a team that is a team. That this championship was not the situation of, hey, they ended up with Kevin Durant or they ended up with LeBron James. And it was this sort of hired gun mercenary that kind of thrusted them to the top. It was none of that.
No tanking either.
No tanking, building the perfect team and having all of the parts fit together. Like, you asked earlier why this championship is so special. Obviously, it's the first. Whoever was going to do this for the Knicks after 50-something years was going to be celebrated like crazy. But the way it has happened, I think only enhances the experience.
Yeah, no major free agency, no tanking, and really no great draft pick. They never won the lottery and hit it big in the draft with a guy like, Wemby or whoever that next #1 was going to be. So we are awaiting the speeches at City Hall. But moments ago, our Nicky Latarullo out amongst the crazy Knick fans who started lining up at 5:30, 4:30. Maybe they spent the night in Lower Manhattan out in the Canyon of Heroes. But let's check in with Nicky.
How long have you guys been standing here?
I've been here since 2 in the morning. That's a fact. 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. Yeah. Straight out of work. Right over here. Took an Uber over here. And we was ready to go.
So 53 years since the Knicks have won the championship. What has the past few weeks been like for all of you guys as fans?
Not even the past few weeks, but the past few days. We've been feeling something new in this city. Something running brand new. And I'm not going to lie, we haven't even taken it in yet. It hasn't hit us yet. But right now we're taking it, we're soaking it all in. And you know what? Right now, our day is today. We all going to enjoy it.
How long have you been a fan of the Knicks?
Oh, ever since I came out the womb. Ever since I grew, for real. Ever since I came out the womb. Long time.
Who are you most excited to see on the float?
Oh, OG. But I can't forget Bodega. Que lo que. Come on. Nah, I can't wait to see everybody. OG. We got to give OG the great tip. Jose too. Jose, all the guys. This is the team. This team will forever be etched into history. It's one of the greatest teams of all time.
All right, enjoy it. All right, let me get the girls. All the girls are here. We got the girl party over here. Did you miss school for this, or is school already over?
No, I missed school for this.
How high does this rank in exciting days of your life?
On a scale from 10? Yeah, 10. Yeah.
Who's your favorite player? Who are you most excited to see?
Jalen Brunson.
How old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
So it only took you 11 years to see the Knicks win a championship. How long have you guys been waiting?
40 years. Josh Hart, you're the best, Josh Hart.
What has this whole few weeks been like for you as a fan to actually see New York come together and win this championship?
It's completely amazing. Been to so many watch parties. Went to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's just Knicks for life. Knicks, I can't believe we would have swept, but we know what happened. But
somebody came to visit.
New York or nowhere. That's how we roll.
Go New York.
How are you feeling being here? You guys got a front row seat to the parade.
Yeah, I've been here since 1, so I'm happy.
Did you sleep here?
No.
They didn't let you sleep here?
No.
Okay, so how did you get this You guys are right on the barricade. You're going to see everyone go right by.
We bought some snacks, and we made it a party outside.
What has this past few weeks been like for you as a fan? How long have you been a fan?
I've been a fan for 26 years. It's been hectic. But I'm happy we made it. Knicks in 5.
What's your favorite moment from either the whole playoffs or the finals? I think I know what you're going to say.
At the finals.
Yeah. Which game sticks out?
Game 5. Game 5 was the best game because we won.
All right, guys, enjoy it. Have the best time. You guys have a great week.
What a special moment in Lower Manhattan for millions of Knicks fans to see their champions get a parade through the Canyon of Heroes and, of course, the keys to the city. Seconds ago, we saw Patrick Ewing in his car. Obviously, we all know what he means to this franchise. And, Ian, he was a fan. He had such a sort of rocky relationship with fans. He's now beloved. He had a rocky relationship with the franchise. But now, almost 20-plus years after he retired, he's sitting there in the front row being a fan. What do you think this run meant to him?
Oh, it meant everything. And I was going to reference kind of that history where every time there was a coaching vacancy, which was very often, it was like, why don't you interview Patrick? And it just highlighted the, I don't want to say bad blood, but just, there was instability in that relationship. And here we are. I think the Brunsons, Rick Brunson had something to do with getting Patrick officially back in the fold because he has an official title, and he was just around the group the whole year, and I think the players gravitated towards him, but it's just emblematic of where things went. Dysfunction, bad relationship with the face of your franchise, to now he's back here and he's in a car celebrating a championship.
And it's super important for the Knicks and Patrick Ewing to have that sort of relationship, but you think about the Ewing years. And we spent a lot of time talking about the Abyss, the Amundsons, the Galways, and I'm not going to rehash the names again. We have not spent a lot of time talking about the close calls for this franchise that have now been thoroughly exercised because of this championship. Charles Smith, Houston Game 6 and Game 7, the finger roll that Patrick missed in the semifinals in Game 7, P.J. Brown and Charlie Ward in a year the Knicks actually thought they had a legitimate shot to go and take down Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls, and then, of course, not having Patrick Ewing in the 99 NBA Finals. Like, a lot of that pain, yes, the pain of being irrelevant, but the pain of having a team come so close and say, oh, if this would have went a certain way or if that would have went a certain way, we could have witnessed what we witnessed down the Canyon of Heroes. Now you don't have to worry about that.
93, 94, 95, I never thought they were going to win it because I thought the Magic were a better team, but I remember that missed finger roll as a fan, and NBC, whether they knew something was up, they stayed on Pat Riley, his walk through that tunnel at the old Garden, renovated Garden, for so long, and that was his last game. He faxed in his resignation, and credit to the great New York basketball writer Pete Vesey for one of the great tweets after this championship. He tweeted or posted, Pat Riley has just faxed in his congratulations to the New York Knicks. That was so good. Pete was a great writer, great hoops guy, and that LOL right there when I saw that on Twitter. But I honestly thought that Riley was going to be our match to Jordan, and he was going to find a way to deliver that championship, especially after they took him 7 in 92, and I thought 93 was the team. But, you have to have those moments to create fans, right? I mean, if Bernard King doesn't come here and beat the Pistons and take the Celtics 7, who knows if my generation becomes Knicks fans? You go search for other teams. I mean, there's a reason why so many people my age in the NFL are Steeler fans and Cowboy fans or Dolphin fans.
That's right.
You have to be, you want to say you're a diehard, and obviously we all know we can joke that there are people who just found out who the Knicks were 6 weeks ago, but you have to have people like Bernard King and Patrick Ewing to create fans.
Absolutely. And the other thing that comes to mind is when Josh Hart missed that layup, I saw a lot of finger roll references immediately after that, and obviously that it changed and it turned, and he said afterward that I owe OG Anunoby big time because it was going to be a lifetime of regret, and he was dead serious when he said it. But certainly, and the heartache and the pain, and I think that's why you see, I don't know how many millions of people are out there today, but that's why you see standing standing room only. That's why you heard people saying, I've been here since 2 a.m. to get this seat, because they've lived through the heartache, they've lived through that pain, and that's why I think this title means so much to so many people. And yeah, just remarkable to see, again, the alumni come together and then what you're seeing today.
So I kept waiting throughout this playoff run because we've seen tortured, tormented franchises have to face the abyss in order to get to the top of the mountain. Of course, 2004 with the Yankees and the Red Sox. We saw it with the Cubs. We saw it with the Cavaliers. When LeBron won that championship, they were down.
That was for the whole city.
Yeah, for the city of Cleveland, that was the city of losers. They needed to face elimination. They had to dig themselves out of that crazy hole. And I was wondering if we were going to see it in the San Antonio series, where it's like, hey, the Knicks are going to get pushed. I know Atlanta, they were down 2-1 in the series. I know that was adversity. I didn't take the Hawks seriously. I still expected the Knicks to bounce back and go and win that first-round matchup. But in the San Antonio series, going into it, I'm like, yes, I like the Knicks to win. Yes, I think they match up well. But they're going to have to face a moment here that is their version of what Cleveland went through, what Boston and the Chicago Cubs went through. And I guess we have to look back on it now and say it was Game 4, because you lost Game 3 at home. The vibe had sort of changed. Then San Antonio, they come out like gangbusters in the first half of that fourth game. They're hitting every three-point shot imaginable. Victor Wembanyama is taunting you, pointing at his finger, saying, I'm in your head, I'm in your head. And you're down by as many as 29 points. And if you go and lose that Game 4, whether it's convincingly, whether it's via the Josh Hart near miss, then all of a sudden it's like, wow, after all that good work you did in San Antonio, you tied it to a piece. That all went away with the OG Anunoby tip. So I guess that moment of, you know, the 8-packs, or when they were at the lowest point, had to be when they were down 29.
Yeah, you lose that game, the word choke starts getting thrown around all over the place, and then the pressure is all on the Knicks. And, you know, the one thing for the Knicks fan that they get to enjoy now, they get to talk trash. They're the king of the mountaintop. They get to look up at that Sixer fan and say 1983. Even the Bulls, 1999.
That's right.
You get to bring up the years now, because it's been a while since a lot of big-time franchises have won the NBA title. We've been out and about since early this morning. We're awaiting the Knicks' arrival at City Hall and the presentation of the keys to the city. But earlier, Chelsea Sherrod caught up with some more Knicks fans.
First of all, great jersey you got on, Daryl Strawberry. How excited are you for the Knicks in the parade?
I'm very happy. You know, I waited for this my whole life. Been a fan almost 36 years, since I was 7 years old. Patrick Ewing was my favorite. Then I saw Carmelo Anthony. Then I'm now seeing Jalen Brunson. So it feels very good, you know what I'm saying, to see my city be unified. You know, I feel very happy. You know, it's one of my best years of my life. I'm happy for us. You know, we did a very good job, 53 years in the making. The Knicks, let's go Knicks. I'm very happy here, happy to be here, and very happy.
How excited is it for you just to see all the fans out here? I mean, there's like millions of people from here to City Hall.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's all boroughs coming together. I'm from Brooklyn and I'm from Queens myself. Remember as a kid growing up in Queens Village, Queens, and Brooklyn, the MSG Network and WFAN on my black little portable radio as a kid, you know, and going to games. I remember we weren't doing so good. I remember 20 years ago I spent $45 in the green seats. So now so it comes full circle, man. But to see this again, I read it, grew up reading about Reed, Frazier, DeBusschere, Bradley, Monroe, 1773, and you know, and to see this now in my lifetime, it feels great.
And now you got a front row seat to this parade. How excited are you to see the players, some former players too, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm very happy. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I shake hands with Jalen Brunson today. Who knows?
I know you told me that you're a big SNY fan, obviously a Mets fan.
Yes.
I mean, how excited would you be if the Mets could get something done like that?
It would be great. You know, we haven't had this since '86. Del Shorebird's my favorite. Then comes Doc Gooden. Go to games all the time at not just Citi Field, but at Shea Stadium as well. You know, I have many Met throwbacks to this as well. If the Mets do this for the first time since '86, I'll be happy as hell. You know what I'm saying? And rest in peace to Davey Johnson and Gary Carter.
All right, William. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very knowledgeable Met fans there, and certainly if the Mets win the World Series, the parade will be epic as well. The Jets want to do the same, as we got a few teams here in town looking to end droughts, and one of the biggest reasons why the Knicks ended their drought in 53 years was the arrival of Jalen Brunson, not just changing the franchise as a credible player, but becoming a leader and one of the clutchest players, JJ, this city has ever seen.
No question about it, and he's been doing this literally since he's put a Knick uniform on. You know, Mike Breen had the great line in one of these regular season games, he's born to play basketball. Well, he's born to play basketball wearing a New York Knicks uniform. Like, it's just perfect. It's one of these things now, one of these images we're forever going to live with is Jalen Brunson going at Victor Wembanyama, game on the line, sealing the deal. 45 points in a closeout game. 45 points. That's Michael Jordan stuff right there.
All right, Ian, you made the Becky Hammon reference. We knew we were going to get there at some point. But, you know, she really, you know, it's what, Isaiah Thomas and now Jalen Brunson. You watch him. Steph Curry. Okay, obviously.
But with the shooting time.
Yeah, no, obviously. That's definitely, certainly. I just don't, my sons will always get mad at me for this. I just don't think of him as a true point guard. But anyway, we don't need to have the dinosaur yell at the clouds right now. That's for another moment. But, like, even that right-handed shot he hit on Wemby. Yeah, maybe there's a shove here but how was he always able to get to where he wanted to get to?
His footwork is tremendous, just tremendous, and his basketball IQ off the charts. And I'll go back to Rick Brunson. I talked to him for a story about he and Jalen, and he said, I knew he wasn't going to be jumping out of the gym. I knew he wasn't going to be tall. The athleticism I knew wasn't going to be there. So how do you get over? It's work ethic. It's finding out how to get to your spots, playing, closer to the ground, and it's mental toughness. And that's what was drilled into Jalen Brunson again and again and again as a young player. And the mental toughness, you can't measure it, but you see it. You watch this team, you see it. But the idea that he gets to wherever he wants to go, it's the footwork, and that speaks to the work in the offseason, the work between games, and the scientific approach to what he does, because if he's not working as hard as he is, that shot's not going to fall. He's not going to get to that spot. He's not going to get the separation, but it all kind of comes together in a way that you're able to see what he does night in and night out, and it's just tremendous.
Here's the biggest compliment, too. You mentioned Jalen Brunson and mental toughness. You see it in these games. He could struggle for three quarters. He could be incredibly inefficient for three quarters. The game is on the line, and he could be 4 of 16. He's like, give me the ball. I'm going to make the right basketball play, and I'm going to go and finish this game with a flurry. Now, at times, it's maybe frustrating for some fans because they're like, wow, it's an off night. Maybe you want to defer to Karl Anthony Towns. Maybe you want to defer to OG Anunoby. But he did plenty of that throughout this postseason run. But there were stretches. Game 5 against San Antonio, you got Karl Anthony Towns in a ton of foul trouble. OG Anunoby did not have an incredibly efficient day. In order for the Knicks to go and win that game, they needed Jalen Brunson to be at his best. Game 1 against the Cavaliers, the only way they were going to get back into the series, or back into the game specifically, was Jalen Brunson putting the Superman cape on. He knows the situation and knows how to rise to the occasion.
We are awaiting the players arriving at City Hall, where the ceremonies will continue. JJ mentioned Game 5 and Jalen Brunson's 45-point performance. Let's go back in time and hear from Karl Anthony Towns on Brunson that night.
I mean, that's who Cap is, man. Cap always finds a way to get back on the court and produce. It's a testament to who he is and just his story. Never giving up. Always have been the underdog. Always been looked down upon, and it just took one. It always takes one person to believe in you, and this organization believed in him. We believed in him, and we were going to do whatever it takes to get him to that next level.
He's a top 3 MVP candidate. Everybody kind of mentions his name in passing. They don't do it seriously enough. People say he's too small. People say he's a 1B or a 2B or whatever. He is a freaking 1A. He is an MVP candidate. And I hope tonight you guys, I'm talking to media more than the fans, but I hope you guys recognize what this man is about, because he is A1 MVP.
Facts. He is him.
He's him.
He is him.
He is him.
He is him.
He is.
Is that Huck Porty there with the emphasis? It sounded like a New York apartment building. 1A, 2A, 2B. What are we delivering it to? But here we go. We talked about it earlier, where his Game 5 performance ranks. Giannis is with MJ, 45 on the road, JJ.
Crazy to think about. And, you know, Mike Brown throughout the year, and you're in a bunch of these press conferences, he really went out of his way to form that bond with his star player, where he continued to keep talking about an MVP case for Jalen Brunson, where it's like, hold on a second, what about SGA? What about Wembanyama? It's like, no. I got my guy. I got my franchise player. I'm a first-year head coach, and I'm going to have my stars back.
And that's so key in every NBA locker room, but I think particularly this one, Mike Brown knows it. He's got to establish rapport with his star player. And one of the first things he did was drive down to South Jersey, wherever Jalen Brunson was.
He has a house in Ocean City, New Jersey. JJ and I will
I'll
be
see
there
him on
this summer.
Congo Falls mini golf.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll let him play through. He's earned that, you know? Eamon, not so much. He's got to wait behind me.
Right, so Mike, that's the first thing that he does, and nothing happens immediately. But I think over time, because Jalen Brunson, I don't think Mike Brown was Jalen Brunson's first choice. Not that he would ever go to Leon Rose and demand him to do anything with the coaching search, but I think it took the roots to be kind of planted and expanded over the course of the year. It starts with that meeting next to JJ's house, I guess. Is that where it is?
I wish. Maybe in another lifetime. But, you know, looking at this scene, as we see everybody at City Hall getting ready, how about Spike Lee? Spike Lee, you know, walking down Fort Greene like he's the Pope. Did you guys
in the
see
car.
that?
He's got a motorcade. You know, you mentioned Spike. I saw the white hair of one Mike Breen, and, you know, in our business, I don't think there's any better or any classier. We're spoiled here in New York with some of the great play-by-play announcers. Obviously, here on SNY, we get to hear Gary Cohen. But what a moment for Mike Breen, a Yonkers native, a lifelong Knicks fan. You know, he probably thought it was a fairy tale when he got the Knicks job, let alone to work with Walt Frazier for all these years. We all have a chance to know him. JJ, you've had him on the pod. Ian, you see him every night at the Garden. For him to get this moment, to call the Knicks in the NBA Finals, I thought he handled it with aplomb. I'm sure the Spurs fans won't be happy seeing him MC the Knicks championship parade, but you know what? Tough. But Ian, you know, just sort of take us behind the curtain with Mike Breen and what a class act he is and what, you know, this opportunity meant to him.
Yeah, just a gentleman through and through, and, you know, just treated me so kindly over the years. And I love talking basketball with him. I love just talking non-basketball with him. And the one thing that sticks out to me is, you know, we'll talk to Mike Brown in a pregame press conference, and then we'll go to the visiting coach, and Mike Breen will sit in on the visiting coach, and every time, whoever the coach is, after the press conference, beeline over to Mike Breen, saying hello, how you doing? And that just shows how respected he is across this whole industry. And I'm sure goosebumps for him getting to call this thing, but he handled it like a pro. I couldn't tell that he was a Knicks fan or he grew up rooting for the Knicks, and they're like a true pro. But for him to be here through the thick and the thin, through the rough years, and to be there with this team today, I'm sure it means a lot to him.
Called a lot of crummy basketball. Now he gets this full circle moment. And yeah, he was unbelievable throughout the NBA Finals. The only disappointment, we didn't get a triple bang. Maybe next time Jalen Brunson could go and hit the three-point shot in Game 4, and then you get a bang, bang, bang. But Mike Breen, think about how blessed you are if you're a Knicks fan. You go from Marv Albert to Mike Breen. Enough said.
We see him approaching the podium. And
Kurt Thomas.
There you go. One thing, if you know Mike Breen, as soon as this wraps up, he's going to head out to Long Island and watch the Mets. But first, duties, and seeing this, let's turn it over to Mike Breen.
New York City, Zaran Kwame Mamdani.
Next time if you talk, and I know.
We want to thank the mayor and Governor Hochul, for putting together this fantastic celebration. And it's my honor to be here to celebrate and honor one of the greatest teams in the history of New York sports. Led by the ownership of Jim Dolan, the front office of Leon Rose, the coaching staff of Mike Brown, and a group of young men who played for each other, sacrificed for each other, and showed the grit and toughness of a champion. I know many of you Knicks fans have waited a long time for a team and a season like this. And many of you wondered if you'd ever live to see the day when it would happen. But your dreams last Saturday became a reality. And this team just completed one of the most historic runs in NBA playoff history. 16-3, a 13-game winning streak, 9 consecutive wins on the road, 2 of the greatest comebacks in the history of the NBA. And you Knicks fans played an enormous part of it. Your dedication, your passion, and your loyalty through everything inspired this team to help them bring the first title in 53 years. So congratulations to you, the great Knicks fan base. And if you could take a look now at the screens on the side to watch this special video.
It's the NBA playoffs. The goal, the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
And when you got the best fans, I know all the fans at MSG at the watch party outside.
He finds some space and throws it down.
The Knicks will advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. They've won 7 consecutive playoff games. A sweep. Puts it up, puts it in!
The Knicks fans, they travel, man. They're going to get hurt in whatever building they're in.
The dream season continues. The New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need.
Tied again with 7.5 to play. Jalen Brunson does it again. It's now 12 consecutive wins for the Knicks as they take game 1 of the NBA Finals. We are seeing finals tenacity here in game 2. This has become an extremely physical game. Towns drives in and slams it home. Stolen by Brunson. It's over. This magic cover ride continues. 13 straight victories, and they lead 2-0 here in these NBA Finals.
Win or lose as a team, my mindset's always getting better the next day. We got to get back to work, get back to the drawing board, and get ready for game 4.
Here on the grandest stage in basketball, and now it's time for the next battle.
Pass inside, Bridges banks it home.
And it's a 7-point game.
Shot clock at 5. Brunson fires up a 3.
Puts it in! 1-point game! This building is shaking right now. Let's try to pull off the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history.
Shot won't go. Rebound deflected.
In the back court. Has a chance to get it. Fox has it inside. Blocked by Anunoby. Brunson gets it. Fires up a 3.
Shot no good. The 2.
It's gone! It's gone! It's gone! With 1.2 remaining. That's it! It's over! The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history! The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback and lead it 3 games to 1. It's inside, leans in, right-handed. Sensational move from Brunson. It's over! It's over! Knicks fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
Knicks fans all over the country are celebrating their team.
The dream season is complete. All right, let's not wait any longer. ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 NBA champion New York Knicks. At this time, we ask if you're able, please rise and remove your caps for the singing of the national anthem. Here to perform the Star-Spangled Banner, please welcome Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter and actor known for his work on Broadway as the Scarecrow in The Wiz, Avery Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Avery Wilson, everyone. And right now, we can once again give a warm welcome to our Mayor of New York City, Mayor Mamdani.
My fellow New Yorkers, for 53 long years, we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth, on televisions in the windows of electronic stores, and from projectors balanced on fire escapes. We have watched alone in our apartments with our heads in our hands, shoulder to shoulder at bars where the signal flickers, alongside friends and family who we wish more than anything could be here today, sharing this moment. For 53 long years, we have watched the Knicks and we have waited. We waited as the memory of Willis Reed winning the championship on one leg grew fainter and fainter. We waited as Clyde came up clutch again and again. As John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers. As Bernard King scored 60. As Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach. As Spike got in Reggie Miller's face. As Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity. As Larry Johnson gave us the 4-point play heard around New York. As Starbury traded threes with Kobe and then sold sneakers every kid could afford. As Nate Robinson stuffed Yao Ming. As the city came alive watching Linsanity. And as Melo lived every Brooklyn dreams when he came home and made MSG feel like the center of the universe once again. We waited without ever knowing if this day would come, and we waited because we knew deep down in our sick, suffering hearts that it would. New York City, this team has done it. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. We are here not just because of this team that will go down in New York City legend. I'm talking about guys like Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins, Raymond Felton, Marcus Camby, Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era. I'm talking about guys like Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for threes from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season. It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle. And also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember. Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound, make block after block. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says, go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that McCall Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm gonna tell you. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it. When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing something about it. Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach. A rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile? Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Knicks in. Knicks in. Knicks in. So much.
Thank you, Mayor. Now let's bring up the New York Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams.
Yes! Knicks in 5, baby. Nueva York, Knicks in 5, baby. I cannot believe I'm here. I cannot believe we are all here. Truth be told, we all owe Mike Brown an apology. Let's say sorry right now. And a lot of y'all pundits owe Jalen Brown a whole lot. I'm sorry, Jalen Brunson, a huge apology. I know what y'all said. And he came out here, and like the mayor said, all we need is 0.4%. I'm sitting here standing with Jalen Brunson. That makes no sense at all. But I want to say, my daughter, Amelie, is somewhere in there. She's going to college. This is an awesome going to college gift. Thank you so much. My wife, India, wanted me to thank the NYPD for making sure everything went the way it was supposed to go. New York, let's keep this energy going. Everybody's saying hello. Everybody's being polite. Let's keep it going. Young, old, black, white, Republican, conservative, everybody. This is what it's all about. The New York Knicks. And I can't wait to talk to my younger self, and I'm going to tell them to hold on, because on your 50th birthday, they're going to give you a championship, and you're going to be a citywide elected official on this stage. Let's go, Knicks, baby.
Next up, our New York City Comptroller, Mark Levine.
Give it up for Jumaane Williams, the Spike Lee of New York City government. Bueno, señores, ya que hay un jugador boricua en este equipo y un jugador dominicano en este equipo, hay que comenzar con un chin de español. ¿Qué les parece? Miren la bandera. Si están de acuerdo, hagan bulla. Que viva Quisqueya y Boricua. No matter what language you speak, we want to thank this team for bringing this city together, for uplifting New York, for showing the world that we are not afraid of anybody. Even if you are 7'4" and the refs refuse to call a foul on you no matter what. We are not afraid of you. We do not back down, no matter how far behind we are. We were down on 9/11 and we came back. We were down in Sandy and we came back. We were down during COVID and we came back. We were down 29 points against the Cavs, against the Spurs, them too, and we came back. We are New York. We don't stop fighting. You should be afraid of us. We are the champs because of the New York Knicks. We love you. Knicks in 5.
Next up is our New York City Council Speaker, Julie Menin.
So I've got one thing to say to you. Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! So we are officially going to change the New York City motto to Knicks in 5. I just want to thank the whole Knicks organization for everything they stand for. Grit, perseverance, never giving up. This is what embodies our city. So whether it was after 9/11 or during COVID, we always came back, and that's what our New York Knicks did. We owe you a debt of gratitude for bringing joy, unity, euphoria back to our city. So in closing, let me just say, Knicks in 5.
And now time to bring up the New York Knicks owner, championship owner, Jim Dolan.
Ten weeks, baby. Hello, you Knicks fans out there. Yes, thank you for waiting 53 years. Although I have to say, when I look out over the Knicks fans here, you all don't look older than 53 years. Some of you weren't waiting 53. You weren't born yet. But we're very, very happy to have brought you a championship. I'm very proud of our team. Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already. So thank you for supporting our team. We're going to keep working to bring you even better basketball. Although it's hard to imagine that we get much better than this, but we will, right, fellas? And thank you again for your support.
Now the architect of this roster, New York Knicks president Leon Rose.
First, I want to thank Jim Dolan, who I've known for many years. I want to thank him for bringing me into the organization. Speak up. Speak up. They can't hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. First, I want to thank Jim Dolan, who I've known for a very long time, and I want to thank him for bringing me into the organization 6 years ago. He's believed in us through every step of this journey and supported us in every way imaginable. To the players, as you heard, the cardiac kids, no quit, find a way to win, really representing the grit and the character of the people of New York. Your commitment and sacrifice was second to none. Mike Brown and our entire coaching staff, you came in this season with enormous expectations and completely exceeded them. And you did it with so much class that resonated with New Yorkers. To my front office, you have been here since the start with me, and there were so many decisions, big and small, that we made together that got us here today. And to my family, I can't describe how much it means to me and how special it's been to go through this journey with you and celebrate with you. And to all the families of the Knicks organization. And last and most importantly, to the greatest fans in the world, we did it for you. Your support in every arena, it felt like a home game wherever we played. And all over the world has been unbelievable. And we hope to see you again very soon.
Now please welcome the championship head coach of the Knicks, Mike Brown.
What's up, New York? Hey, first of all, I'd like to thank the governor and the mayor for doing this for us. I'm proud of Mr. Dolan, Leon and his staff, all the players, all the coaches, Jamal, the front office side, all the Knicks alumni that I see out there. We appreciate you guys. Pat Ewing, I got to give you a shout out. You've been with us this whole journey. I want to thank everybody. I'm proud of everybody for helping accomplish this great feat. The energy today and all around New York is off the charts. And I want to thank you all for it. Let's keep this energy going, baby, because this championship is about you guys. This is New York City's championship. I will say this, you know, I'm so proud of our guys from the top to the bottom. There was a lot of hard work that we put in, starting with the off season, going into the season. A lot of stuff that you guys don't see behind the scenes. Guys busting their behinds, not just our players, our medical staff, you know, keeping those guys healthy. No, let's give them a round of applause, for sure. At the beginning of the year, I had everybody sign a contract. And I didn't want you to sign the contract if you didn't believe in it. But it was about sacrifice. You saw our team sacrifice time after time after time after time throughout the course of the year. You saw our team stay connected through the most adverse times through the course of the year. We had our ups, we definitely had our downs, and our group stayed connected through those times. You saw it every time we hit the floor. It didn't matter who was suited up. Our guys brought a competitive spirit that obviously was unmatched, and that's why we're the 2026 NBA championship. You saw the belief in each other. It didn't matter whose number I called. Guys could be Jordan Clarkson. He didn't play for 2 months. He stuck with it. His teammates believed in him. He believed in the process. They believed in each other. And we all held each other accountable. That's the standard of what it was to be a New York Knick in 25-26, and that's why we're champions today. Playing in front of you guys when we had our ups was fantastic, but you're the most knowledgeable fan base in the whole NBA.
Your guys' energy when we had our downs was off the charts, and I want to thank you for it. There's nothing better than walking into the iconic building of MSG and getting down night after night after night in front of you guys. You guys made us feel the energy and brought us over the hump when we didn't feel like playing or when our game wasn't at the top. Again, I'd like to thank all the players. I can go down the line with all their accomplishments. They were huge throughout the course of the year, but at the end of the day, I want to thank you guys, because without you, this wouldn't be possible. Let's go one time. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? I love you, New York.
And now time to hear from the 2026 NBA Finals MVP and the captain of the Knicks, Jalen Brunson.
I don't know how many times I gotta tell Mike to stop doing that shit. Sorry. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to Jim Dolan and the front office for believing in the kid no one else would. Thank you to my teammates, giving me confidence every single day. The belief we had in each other made this possible. Thank you to our coaching staff, our medical staff, everyone that pitched in every single day behind the scenes. Damn. We really did it, dog. Somehow, some way, I knew we were going to find a way to get this done. Most importantly, thank you to the fans. I'm not gonna lie though, y'all are some pretty hard critics. But we appreciate it. At least I do. Appreciate it a lot. Lastly, I want to thank my family. Truly without them, their sacrifice and everything wouldn't be possible. My inner circle, I mean, they keep me humble every single day. They don't let me get off track for nothing. Damn, New York, we really did it, man. We really did it. Wouldn't trade this for a world. And lastly, there's a lot of people that have a lot of negative stuff to say. There's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions. But when you prove them wrong, you really don't have to say shit to them. Nah, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, now it's time for one of the highest honors a city can give as we invite the mayor to come up once again and present the official keys to the city to your 2026 NBA champion, New York Knicks. Jim Dolan. Quentin Dolan. Leon Rose. William Wesley. Head coach Mike Brown. Assistant coach Chris Gent. Assistant coach Rick Brunson. Assistant coach Brendan O'Connor. And now the players. Trey Jemison. Dylan Jones. Kevin McCullough. Mohamed Diawara. Ariel Huckporty. Pacome Dadier. Tyler Kolick. Jeremy Sohan. Jordan Clarkson. Jose Alvarado. Landry Shamet. Miles Deuce McBride. Mitchell Robinson. Josh Hart. Mikal Bridges. OG Anunoby. Karl Anthony Towns. And Jalen Brunson. Once again, your 2026 NBA champion, New York Knicks.
We are looking live at City Hall. The parade is over. The players have been given the key to the city. We're going to keep it here for more coverage of this parade and, of course, the presentation and the song by Alicia Keys, Eamon McEnany alongside Ian Begley and John Jastrzemski. You know, fellas, I may have mispronounced Timothy Chalamet's name wrong, but at least I know Jaylen Brown does not play for the Knicks.
That was rough.
You know, we did hear Mike Brown say this is New York City's championship. JJ, we saw that on display since probably 2:30 in the morning, but how fitting were those words from the coach?
No question about it. And, of course, Mike Brown giving you the signature "Who Let the Dogs Out?" Yeah. Woof, woof, woof. I didn't think we'd be breaking that song out after the Mets went to the World Series in 2000, but Mike Brown has brought it back. And, look, this is a party that's going to be lasting into the day, into the week, into the month and really through the rest of the summer and throughout the rest of New Yorkers' lives. They're going to cherish and remember this Knick run of 25 and 26, exercising a whole lot of demons. You heard it in Mayor Mamdani's speech referencing the players of ineptitude, the Gardens still having the energy. Knick fans love this team. They've been waiting 53 years, Ian, for a moment like this. They're having one hell of a time.
You know, James Dolan addressing the crowd, too, talking about we can get better. And I think that's the mindset coming out of this, all the celebration, which maybe winds down at some point over the summer. Maybe Jeremy Sohan puts a shirt on at some point.
I don't know about that. Don't count on it.
That is the mindset for this group. They have a lot coming back. They're going to try to retain the guys that they can, but they want to go back to the top of the mountain. I'm sure that's what Jalen Brunson's going to be focused on, again, as soon as this stuff wraps up. And yeah, I think that's part of the reason why they got to this place, just the belief in themselves.
You know, JJ mentioned Who Let the Dogs Out. Apparently, Jalen Brunson has the same opinion of the Baja Men in that song as one Derek Jeter. If you know, you know, but that goes back in time. But, you know, certainly Ian, being the reporter, flipped the page to how do they get better and win it again. But you've been around this franchise for more than a decade on a day-in, day-out basis. What are your lasting images of this team that was finally able to return the Knicks to the NBA mountaintop?
Yeah, OG is the big one that everyone is going to remember. But I think I'm going to remember after Game 5, just these guys, when they were not at the podium, when they were waiting to go on the podium, just how loose and happy they were. They were kind of like kids in a candy store. You could just see the pure joy on their faces that they were able to exhale because they got this done. And that one is going to stick with me for a while. And on the court stuff, everybody's seen. But that just behind the scenes, man, that is, it was just fun to see.
The elation from these players. You saw Josh Hart getting down and dirty in the streets,
yes,
taking the video selfie of really taking in, in my opinion, the craziest ticker tape parade that New York City has ever seen. I mean, think about it. You got here at 7 o'clock in the morning. You were too late to go and participate in the party. It just shows you how much New Yorkers wanted to be there.
Let's go back to City Hall and wait the performance from Alicia Keys. Let's turn it back over to Mike Green.
Producer, native New Yorker, and lifelong Knicks fan, Alicia Keys.
Yeah, drop it, please.
Well, it wouldn't be live TV without technical difficulties, as we seem to be ready to go. We're going to go back to City Hall for there's Alicia Keys.
New York, how you feeling tonight? Besides very, very, very hot. You know what I mean? Because it is very, very hot. But what can we say? We're on fire today. Who's from New York City? All right, me and my son, Egypt, we thought that we would do it like this. Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood, hop a flight to Miami Beach or to Hollywood. But I'm taking a Greyhound on the Hudson River line. I'm in a New York state of mind. New York, say, I'm in a New York state of mind. Let's go! Okay. We're here right now. This is our time right now. We've been waiting over 50 years for this moment, and we never gonna stop. Hey, so I want y'all to sing with me. New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. The lights will end. Hear it for New York, New York, New York. New York City! Are we the champions or what? Woo! Congrats, baby. Congrats, New York City! I love you.
There's been so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting ourselves together, we're polishing up our act. If you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore.
Well, you got to give it to Alicia Keys. She was worth the wait. What a performance to cap off the Parade of Champions for the New York Knicks, the first ever Knick Parade through the Canyon of Heroes, ending at City Hall. There will be confetti, and the ceremony will continue for a few minutes, but we have heard from Jalen Brunson, Eamon McEnany alongside Ian Begley and John Jastrzemski. And JJ, I want to go back to Jalen Brunson's speech. Prove them wrong. That's what his thing was. Once you prove them wrong, you don't have to say anything. And that seemed to be one of the mantras for this team, because we've seen the clips on social media of everyone saying that the Knicks made a mistake committing to Jalen Brunson. Every trade Leon Rose made, there were doubters. How about this team finally ending this drought, proving them wrong, and having this celebration?
There's a great sign right there. This is really happening. That is the sign of the day as far as I'm concerned. For a whole lot of Knicks fans, they never thought they'd live to see this day. It's an all-time celebration. It's an all-time party. And this is really happening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Knicks are NBA champions in 25-26. And, hey, whatever Jalen Brunson needed to use as a dangling carrot, I think all of us could use that element of motivation in our lives because, hey, undersized, keeps building, keeps growing, top NBA player, one of the best in the league.
He was talking about his critics, and I think he was probably referencing you, JJ, a little bit.
No, I was a Jalen Brunson fan, but no, I was supportive. But let's be fair on this, Beggs.
Yeah.
I like the signing. If you told me on the day he signed he'd be the #1 player on a championship team, I would have left you out of the building. I'm sorry, I would have.
Of course. And to be All-NBA, All-Star, and where they are, nobody saw this coming except for him and maybe his dad, and that's it. And so that's part of this story that is so remarkable that it started with someone who was so overlooked and a transaction that the Knicks were roundly mocked for. And here we are all these years later, and everybody's got to eat their words from back then. But it's just a testament to what kind of a winner Jalen Brunson is, a winner in all ways. And that really just seeped into the rest of the franchise, and it led to where they are right now with the confetti coming down in front of City Hall.
It's really been a tremendous celebration. The Knicks have been into it as you expected in the crowds. Some people spent the night in Lower Manhattan, and you had to, you know. Bottom line is it's a parade route of a mile. There's not a whole, it's a canyon. It's not a wide gap of Fifth Avenue. So you had to get there early, but so many fans, millions of fans making it to Lower Manhattan to be part of this celebration. And, you know, Ian, you talk about his comments. I think they were Jalen Brunson, I think, as you pointed out earlier this morning, headed directly towards one Becky Hammond and Nick Wright and JJ's boy Bill Simmons. We've seen the clips. Is this a guy you're going to tune in to watch go get 35 against the Wizards? No, we tuned in to watch him go get 45 in a NBA championship clinching game. But a tremendous moment for the franchise and those players. You see Tyler Kolek there. And guys, we've been watching it all morning. JJ, you referenced, is this really happening to hear Queen and the Knicks at City Hall after 53 years?
Stunning. It's stunning. You know, I feel like from a fan perspective, you've gone through the waves over the last couple of days, the celebration Saturday night in San Antonio, just the build-up and the anticipation to this parade. And now the lasting image is going to be on these steps of City Hall, confetti flying, 2026 NBA champions, and a team that will be remembered forever in the history of New York City. Like, there are iconic teams. The 25-26 New York Knicks, put them at the top of the list.
And this celebration will last all summer long. We'll probably see that trophy pop up at the U.S. Open this weekend at Citi Field when OG Anunoby tosses out the first pitch at a Met game. But, you know, Ian, then we turn the page. We talk about a chip on their shoulder, proving people wrong. How does this team keep that chip on their shoulder when they're trying to repeat?
Jalen Brunson is not going to lose it. He's going to live with that chip for as long as he plays. And so as long as it's there and it starts at the top, I don't think the rest of the locker room is going to lose it either. And, you know, they talked about the naysayers, the media, the fans who are so tough on them. I think that fuels them. I really do. During the season, we ask about it, and they say, you know, we don't pay attention to the media. But then in the aftermath, you always get the references to the fans and the media. And I think it does fuel them. So the passion of the Knick fan is not going to change. The scrutiny from the Knick fan is not going to change. So I don't think the edge is going to change in that locker room.
Hey, the Vegas odds have the Knicks 4th next year. I mean, the Boston Celtics are headed to the New York Knicks. You want more bulletin board material? Fellas, right there from Vegas.
Come on, Ian, you've been around this long enough. You know the trick is they say, hey, somebody told me you said this. I didn't hear it. I heard you wrote this. Right? Yeah, right. Like I didn't read it. But, you know, that's good. It's going to be an interesting summer. We did reference the second apron. We see Mitchell Robinson. Ian, is that the biggest question for the summer about this club?
I think it is. I think it starts there. I think there are teams with cap space who need a center. I look particularly at the Los Angeles Lakers that I think he's going to draw interest from several teams. I don't think he's going to get an offer that is going to be too rich for the Knicks to match, feel like they can match. So odds are he is back here, but he's going to be an unrestricted free agent, and he's going to want to be rewarded, deservedly so. And then you go Landry Shamet, and you go a Miles McBride extension. And, you know, there's going to be financial issues to work through. But I think all things being equal, obviously the Knicks want these guys back. And I think even if, you know, the offer is a little bit higher from a team outside New York, a guy like Shamet, I think, will want to be back here too.
Gut feel. Leon Rose looking at this offseason, number one priority, Mitchell Robinson?
Yes.
I think it has to be because of what he provides defensively. And don't get me wrong, Landry Shamet was an unbelievable story. He was a big part of this championship run. To me, he's replaceable. You know, like you can go and find 3-and-D guys. As good as Shamet was, hey, let's not ignore the fact, fellas, anybody could sign them. I mean, he had a scratch and claw in training camp to just make this team, for goodness sakes. So with that being the perception, the Knicks are going to go and hand Landry Shamet a big contract over Mitchell Robinson. I think Mitchell Robinson, their first order of business as well.
What if Malcolm Brogdon doesn't retire? Is Landry Shamet on this team? That was a big question. You know, when you look back at the run he had, you know, shot 92% from three in the Eastern Conference Finals. You know, he, as JJ said, he had to scratch to make the roster. If Malcolm Brogdon hangs around, who knows what's up with Landry Shamet? So I had that question for you guys today. And my second question is, what's Gershon Yabusele's ring size? We were breaking out some names.
I was texting with somebody around him that he should be here today because it'll be a footnote in Knick history, but he declined that player option for next year that allowed the Knicks to trade him to the Bulls, so he got off of guaranteed money for next year, and that in turn led to the Jose Alvarado acquisition. It doesn't happen without Yabusele having money on the table and leaving it, and he in that way he was a part of this thing.
No doubt about it. He played in the games, right? He definitely was a member of this team. Now looking ahead, we talked about Mitchell Robinson and Shamet and the second apron concerns. What about the draft? It's been a while since we've thought about the Knicks with picks and some flexibility here. What are some of their options in the draft?
You know, they had some local kids in Tarrytown for workouts the other day. It was Caravan from UConn, and it was Dylan Mitchell from St. John's. They're sitting there at 24 and 31 and 55, and you look at that 31, that's an incredibly valuable pick, that first pick in the second round, because you're not fully committed financially to a player like you would be in the first round. So the Knicks have drafted pretty well under this regime. You say Obi Toppin was maybe their biggest miss, but beyond that, they've found some gems here. And Walt Perrin, who heads the group, I'm sure these guys have been working all year. This is going to be their Super Bowl to try to land somebody in this draft. I just wonder if they end up making all three picks or if they consolidate in some way, trade for future picks, because the roster is so stuffed at the moment.
See, the amazing thing about the draft now in the Knicks, there was a time when this was the event of all events. Now it is obviously a secondary event, and rightfully so. Is there a player that can work their way into being a potential rotation piece? I think that's what you're thinking about, because they are going to be faced with some tough cap conversations in the years ahead. They're set up well for the time being. That calculus can change. So the great organizations, they go and replenish. They go and find that next guy who can go and be a seventh or an eighth man who's making reasonable money, and it makes a decision, let's say, with a Deuce McBride, easier to make. It makes a decision with a Landry Shamet easier to make because you can go and find a replacement. Can Leon Rose and the New York Knicks do that? We shall see.
And, you know, we just saw Karl Anthony Towns with 2 trophies. He's really soaking this moment in. Everyone's having a good time, but as we've discussed throughout our coverage here, what this means to Karl Anthony Towns, a New Jersey native. He's been a roller coaster during his brief time as a Knick, and his mom has meant so much to him. She passed away during COVID, so he is certainly taking this moment in, as you have with us here on SNY. We thank you for picking SNY to watch the parade. What a morning it has been into the afternoon for the New Yorkers and Knick fans. For Ian Begley and JJ, thanks for joining us and giving us so much of your insight and your passion and knowledge, and really was a lot of fun to cover this and see this. Again, this is something those of us who grew up in New York and cover New York sports wasn't sure we were ever going to see. 53 years in the making. The Knicks have won. The Knicks get their parade. We're going to have much more on the Knicks parade through the Canyon of Heroes here on SNY, on our social media channels, our digital channels, and of course later tonight on Sports Night at 11. But our coverage for now is over. Before we go, we want to leave you with some of the sights and sounds from the New York Knicks championship parade through the Canyon of Heroes.